Hey, folks, I know these short lunch hours, it's tough to get everything done, but we're going to see if we can get some bills into the process here. Go ahead, Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of privilege.
Go ahead.
So, members of the Senate, I have a friend here today, Artemis Berry. And Artie, I've known, he paged in the other chamber when I was there, and he was an incredible asset to the other chamber. And he's come back to Wyoming, and he's seeking his education degree, his 4-year degree in education, where he eventually wants to teach in the state of Wyoming. And so I would ask that you give him a nice welcome from the State Senate. So.
Welcome to the Senate, and thanks for helping out our neighbors down the hall. Okay, where were we? Introductions, let's take it away then. Oh, the Senate will stand at ease because, okay, let's do this. We want to be a little careful because we're looking for 20 votes on these. We're going to do standing committee reports. A couple of different things. Messages for the House, standing committee reports. Go ahead, Mr. Reader.
February 16, 2022. Mr. President, your Committee Number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred Senate File 18, County Road Maintenance Fund Amendments, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Furphy, Landon, McEwen, and Pappas. Senator Landon, Chairman. February 16, 2022, Mr. President, your Committee Number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred Senate File 13, Temporary Delegation of Parental Authority, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Furphy, Landon, McEwen, and Pappas. Senator Landon, Chairman. February 17, 2022, Mr. President, your Committee Number 7, Corporation Elections and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred Senate File 49, Repeal of Specified State Boards and Commissions, respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Boner, Case, Driscoll, Nethercott, and Scott. Senator Driscoll, Chairman. February 17, 2022, Mr. President, your Committee Number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 48, 2022 Large Project Funding, respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Boner, Bouchard, French, Costa, and Wasserberger. Senator Boner, Chairman. February 17, 2022, Mr. President, your Committee Number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 82, Supplemental Water Development Funding, respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Boner, Bouchard, French, Costa, and Wasserberger. Senator Boner, Chairman. February 17, 2022, Mr. President, your Committee Number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 36, Pharmacy Benefit Managers Act Enhancements, respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Guru, Perkins, and Steinmetz. No, Senator Hicks. Excused, Senator Kinski. Senator Perkins, Chairman. February 17, 2022, Mr. President, your Committee Number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 73, Codifying the Institutional Land Fund, respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Guru, Hicks, Kinski, Perkins, and Steinmetz. Senator Hicks, Acting Chairman. February 17, 2022, Mr. President, your Committee Number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 80, Omnibus Water Bill Construction, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Boner, Bouchard, French, Costa, and Wasserberger. Senator Boner, Chairman. February 18, 2022, Mr. President, your Committee Number 4, Education, to whom is referred Senate File 103, Education Limitations on Teaching Critical Race History 2, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Weidman, Ellis, Rothfuss, Salazar, and Scott. Senator Scott, Chairman. February 18, 2022, Mr. President, your Committee Number 1, Judiciary, to whom was referred Senate File 26, District judge positions, authorizations, and funding. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Cooper, French, Kolb, Costa, and Nethercott. Senator Nethercott, Chairman. February 18, 2022, Mr. President, your Committee Number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred Senate File 28, Sex Offender Termination of Duty to Register Amendments. Respectfully report same back to the Senate for the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Cooper, Kolb, Costa, and Nethercott. No, Senator French. Senator Nethercott, Chairman. February 18, 2022, Mr. President, your Committee Number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred Senate File 101, Epinephrine and Naloxone Administration Authority. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Baldwin, Bouchard, Furphy, and Hutchings. Excused, Senator McEwen. Senator Baldwin, Chairman. February 18, 2022, Mr. President, your Committee Number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom was referred Senate File 24, Pharmacist and Pharmacy Technician Practice. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Baldwin, Bouchard, Furphy, Hutchings, and McEwen. Senator Baldwin, Chairman. February 18, 2022, Mr. President, your Committee Number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom was referred Senate File 23, Nursing Home Administrators. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Baldwin, Bouchard, Furphy, Hutchings, and McEwen. Senator Baldwin, Chairman.
Thank you. We're ready to proceed then back to introductions. Oh, we have a, go ahead, Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. President. The following Senate files have an appropriation. I ask that they be re-referred to Committee Number 2 Appropriations. Senate File 48, 2022 Large Project Funding. Senate File 80, Omnibus Water Bill Construction. Senate File 82, Supplemental Water Development Funding.
Would you repeat just the numbers again?
48, 80, 82.
Thank you. Okay. Absent objections, Senate File 48, Senate File 80, Senate File 82, re-referred to appropriations. All right. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that Senate File 26, District Judge Positions Authorization and Funding, be re-referred to Committee Number 2. Senate File 26.
Senate File 26, re-referred to Appropriations Committee Number 2. Absence any objections, it will be done. Okay. All right. Anything else, folks? Ready to jump into the introductions again? Okay, here we go. Senate File 63, first reading of the bill.
Senate File 63, County Offices Open to the Public.
Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would move for the introduction of Senate File 63, County Offices Open to the Public, and ask for your favorable consideration. Mr. President, it wasn't that many years ago that we allowed the county commissioners in our great state of Wyoming to establish times when the courthouses could be closed other than legal holidays. And I think this is a disservice to our citizens, Mr. President, because our citizens have things that they have to do because their government requires them to do it. One of them is to pay your taxes. In some of our county courthouses, if you don't pay in the installments, the total taxes are due on the 31st of December. And some of our county courthouses were closed on the December 31st last year. There are other counties that close for other reasons. But on those days when the courthouse is closed, you can't put a lien on property to protect your investment. You can't release a lien to make a transaction. You can't have a closing where the paperwork is filed. You can't go to the clerk of district court and look at the court records or make a motion. I think that we owe it to our citizens to have the courthouses open to them. And I know that there are local customs and things in various counties, and there are certainly ways to handle this. I don't mean that everyone has to be in the courthouse, Mr. President, but I do think that the offices should be open. And if they want to have a limited staff and they want to inform people in advance that, hey, on Wednesday, we're going to be doing this by county resolution, But the clerk's office will still be open, but remember, we're not going to have many people here, so only bring your essentials in? Great, I'm great with that. That's communicating with your public. But these essential things that you have to do, like pay your taxes, the courthouse should not be closed. And it kind of follows the model of the banks, Mr. President. So banks can't be closed for too many days. That's a Federal Reserve requirement. They follow the legal holidays, and the legal holiday schedule for banks, Mr. President, is New Year's Day, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, President's Day, Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, Columbus Day, Veterans Day, Thanksgiving Day, and Christmas. Now, sometimes there are, the holidays occur on the Monday following. I'm okay with that. That still is a legal holiday. Our courthouses should follow only legal holidays, Mr. President, and I'd ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Introductory roll call, Senate File 63. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? French? No. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James? Aye. Kinski? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstader? Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 63, 24 aye, 6 no.
Senate File 63, having received a 2/3 majority vote, is referred to Committee Number 7, Corporations. Senate Joint Resolution. Senate Joint Resolution 1, first reading of the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 1, Redistricting Commission.
Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Joint Resolution SJ0001 and ask for your favorable consideration. Mr. President, members of the 66th, we're in the middle of an arduous task that falls upon us every 10 years, the task of redistricting. As someone who's watched it from the outside for 20 years, followed legislators around the state to meetings to weigh in on it, watch my county get cut into various pieces, and now watching from the inside this year, and watching as hard as they've worked, and I think, all due respect that I say this, is I've watched the committee who's working on this project, and I know they're working very hard, but as watching, I've seen people, frankly, get hurt. I've seen people start to think that this is personal, whether real or imagined, that they think that it's, kind of, people are getting after them a little bit. And I've seen that play out across the body, and I don't think it bodes well for us. Today, 13 states in our country have decided to go on another path, to have a commission set up to do this arduous task. It comes in many forms, in many ways. The bill before you was not written by me, of course, was written by our wondrous staff and lifted from the great state of up to the north, way up north. And their way is to have a 5-member commission. And one of the things that people, when I ask about this, that people talk to me and said, you better make sure that you keep a party split on this, knowing that I'm from the minority party. And so if you look at this bill calls for a 5-member commission, 2 members appointed by the governor, 1 appointed by the president of the Senate, 1 appointed by the Speaker of the House, and 1 by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. There is no party split in this. As I told folks on my side of the aisle, none of which sponsored this bill, by the way, that we're just gonna, if we want to play in this game, we're gonna have to win elections. Because that's the way it should be. This is a partisan project. My concern is that it's getting too personal and less partisan. So that's about it, and I would ask for you to vote aye on this. If you can't, if we could see a way to get it to an interim topic, I would appreciate that. But if you want to vote yes and make changes, there are some great spots to throw in another vote for the House and the Senate to approve of this, or make other changes that you might. Just pass it and we'll just fix it on the way and make it better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Introductory roll call vote, Senate Joint Resolution Number 1. Anderson? No. Baldwin? Aye. Whitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Case? Aye. Cooper? No. Driscoll? No. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Murphy? No. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. James? No. Kinski? No. Cole? No. Cost? No. Landon? No. McCune? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? No. President Dockstader? No. Closing vote? Closing. Vote to close. Senate Joint Resolution 1, 9 aye, 21 no.
Senate Joint Resolution Number 1, having failed to receive a 2/3 majority vote, Senate Joint Resolution 1 has failed introduction. Senate File 64, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 64, Carbon Capture and Sequestration.
Senator Scott.
Mr. President, I'm going to, at the conclusion of my remarks, I'm going to ask that this be withdrawn, but let me explain to the Senate what's going on. Mr. President, a good part of the economic future of this state can depend on carbon capture from our large power plants. Not only does that keep a coal-fired power plant going with both the mining and the power plant jobs in the state and the additional stability to our electric grid, but also we have a tremendous use for the product that's produced here, the stream of CO2. We get that separated. That's exactly what we need for tertiary recovery in our oil fields. In the plant that's in my neighboring county, the oil field is 6 miles away, and my estimate of the taxes alone from that field over the course of the tertiary recovery, if they can do it, would be between $500 million and a full $1 billion, depending on what you think the average price of oil is going to be. That's, Mr. President, that's big money. And we need legislation because the utility involved has not been overly cooperative. But two problems have arisen since we wrote the bill here. One of them is that we expected that the power plant in Sweetwater County was going to be scheduled for retirement later, could be dealt with later, and we put a sunset date in to deal with that. And then it blew up bureaucratically with problems started with the EPA. So we'd have to rewrite the bill to accommodate that, and the governor's office has been involved in some pretty delicate negotiations there, and we have to be very careful and not upset the apple cart on that. Second, We're trying to see if the utility can come up with some ideas so they can structure a business deal that's a good deal for everybody. The utility, the state, the people that operate the carbon capture, and there's some reason to think we might have to tweak some laws to do that. They really haven't had time to respond to that, as big an organization as they are. So we've asked them to respond, and Mr. President, we still need to have legislation here. We do have some time, and so, Mr. President, I'm going to ask that the Senate file be withdrawn at this time, and I pledge to the Senate and to the interested parties that I'm in the middle of a term. I will be back next year with an improved bill because the need and the opportunity for the state of Wyoming is still going to be there.
Thank you, Senator. Absent objection, Senate File 64 will be withdrawn. Okay. Thank you, Senator Scott. Put a lot of work into that. Senate File 65, first reading of the bill.
Senate File 65, Electrical Safety Enforcement Amendments.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption of Senate File 65, Electrical Safety and Enforcement Amendments, and ask for your support. Honorable members, this bill adds to the statute for electrical inspections with municipalities. Currently, the state statute requires municipalities have to hire a master electrician to do their electrical inspections. This bill would add language that would allow municipalities to hire an electrical inspector that would be certified by the International Code of Council and International Association of Electrical Inspectors to conduct electrical inspections without being required to be a master electrician. This gives municipalities another option to conduct electrical inspections. I believe our municipalities want this, particularly our small ones. Our counties want this, but most importantly of all, our small business wants this. I know in my dear little town of DuBois, a small business individual waited for over 9 months simply because there was not home rule, and the availability of a master electrician was not available. So this is something that really helps our municipalities, our counties, and our small business. To my knowledge, it's non-controversial, but obviously we'll see through the amendment process and through the committee process if it is. But I think it helps. But I ask for your support. Thank you.
Roll call, please. Chief Clerk.
Introductory roll call, Senate File 65. Anderson? No. Baldwin? No. Whiteman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Case? Aye. Cooper? No. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Murphy? No. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. James? No. Kinski? Aye. Cole? No. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstader? Aye. Closing vote? Murphy? No to aye. Cooper? No to aye. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 65, 25 aye, 5 no.
Senate File 65, having received a 2/3 majority vote, is referred to Committee Number 1, Judiciary. Senate File 110, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 110, Regulation of Commercially Guided Boats.
Senator Baldwin, what do you have to say about boats?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for introduction of Senate File 110, Regulation of Commercially Guided Boats. If you happen to have the bill in front of you, I would read the most important note on this. On Section 233206, the first line there says, under A, to protect the quality of the fishery or aquatic resources or species in this state. This was brought to us from constituents on a number of rivers in the state, particularly those of us in the Northwest. We have some rivers that are becoming overwhelmed with outfitted boats, fishing boats, to where even the local people are having trouble getting on. In one case, we talked about one of the outfitters occupying all the good fishing spots in advance of anybody else getting there. They would stage through them where none of the local people could get to those places. The outfitters occupied them all day. What this bill would do is simply give the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission authority to regulate the number of outfitted fishing boats that are on any one of these listed rivers. You can read through the list. I don't need to read that to you, but it's all the major rivers where it's a problem. It seems like it's becoming more of a problem each year. This year, there was a significant uptick with the increased tourism and increased number of people going fishing on our rivers. But this would allow the Game and Fish Commission to regulate it after public meetings. Those public meetings in a major city, major town, occupying each one of those drainages noted and the rivers noted, and after public comment, and then issuing and promulgating rules to regulate the number of fishing boats. And I would encourage your aye vote.
Thank you, Senator. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Senate File 110, introductory roll call vote. Anderson? No. No. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Murphy? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? Aye. James? No. Kinski? No. Cole? No. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McCune? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstader? Aye. Closing vote? Hicks, no to aye. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 110, ayes 17, noes 13.
Senate File 110, having failed to receive a two-thirds majority vote, Senate File 110 has failed introduction. Senate File 107, first reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 107, Attorney General, elected official.
Senator Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move Senate File 107 for introduction. Attorney General, elected official. This is a bill that has come back around and around and around. You know, very simply, Attorney General needs to be the watchdog of the state. You know, I've come up to this, stood up in this chamber and talked about things that I've seen go wrong, and it really, it's saddening that they continue to happen. That said, I mean, it's really simple. It's either an upvote, and we want to do the right thing, and we want to stop the status quo, or a no vote on this bill, and we just keep things the way they are, and we don't worry about the things that happen in our state. So I certainly would appreciate an upvote on it, and I'll leave it at that.
Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Introductory roll call vote, Senate File 107. Anderson? No. Baldwin? No. Whitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? No. Driscoll? No. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Murphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? Aye. James? Aye. Kinski? No. Kolb? Kolb, aye. Cost? No. Landon? No. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger? No. President Dockstetter? No. Hicks, no to aye. Driscoll, no to aye. Kolb, no. Kolb, no to aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 107, 13 aye, 17 no.
Senate File 107, having failed to receive a two-thirds majority vote, Senate File 107 has failed introduction. Senate File 50, first reading of the Senate File.
Senate File 50, Government Waste, Fraud, Abuse, and Whistleblower Protection.
Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption of Senate File 50, Government Waste, Fraud, Abuse, and Whistleblower Protection. So this bill is a necessary bill that I brought numerous times now in order to prevent the waste, fraud, and abuse that is currently happening within our state. So to give you a couple of examples, this bill could have prevented such cases of fraud and embezzling that happened during my town, Green River, by the fire chief stealing from their own funds. Also, too, there was a case of waste of money, and that happened on the Board of Nursing. Someone turned it over to our current governor. Nothing happened. And I mean, I have a whole list of examples, and I can keep going on, but these are just a couple. Currently, right now, 30 states have this, and they all show a positive ROI on this. They all show recovery, and they all show a necessity for this type of legislation. And we don't have this. So I urge your aye vote for this very important bill. Thank you.
Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Introductory roll call vote, Senate File 50. Anderson? No. Baldwin? Aye. Whitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Murphy? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? Aye. James? Aye. Kinski? No. Kolb? No. Cost? No. Landon? No. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? No. Perkins? Aye. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstetter? Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 50, 20 aye, 10 no.
Senate File 15, having received a 2/3 majority vote, is referred to Committee Number 7, Corporations. All right, bills on second reading. Senate File 3, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 3, radioactive materials transport fee.
There is an amendment, please. No, there's not. Senator Landon, what do you have?
Mr. President, thank you. Just real quickly, my apologies last night for any confusion that I may have caused on this little bill. It was getting late, and there were a couple of questions that I just could not answer. And so I tried to chase down what I could to help with this little bill. I think one of the questions, Mr. President, was what in these containers are we hauling across the state of Wyoming? And this, it's a company out of the state to the south of us is the only company that's being contracted to make these runs across our state. And what they indicate that are in these big containers is tools and rags, protective clothing, sludges and soil, and other materials contaminated with radioactive elements, motly plutonium. And we talked about the fact that that is a second level of this material. I hope that's helpful. I think a couple of things as reminders. This fee that is charged for these out-of-state truck companies to bring this material across the state of Wyoming is the funding that we use to train our emergency response people. If one of these trucks ever tipped over in one of our communities along our interstates or elsewhere, we would really need to have the ability to respond, and we would need the equipment to respond with as well, Mr. President. So this bill does nothing more than just put that fee at the level that it would have been in 1989, and that's the funding that we use to keep our emergency medical people and law enforcement trained up in case one of these trucks would unfortunately tip over. So I hope that helps, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on Senate File 3. Senate File 3 having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate File 8, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 8, weed and pest reorganization.
There is an amendment. Please read in the amendment.
Senate File 8, second reading amendment number 1, delete the.
Senator Perkins.
Thank you. Mr. President, I move second reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 8 and ask the body to vote aye. Mr. President, members of the Senate, this is a technical correction from staff with the action we did yesterday. We didn't do it quite right, and so this doesn't change anything in the bill. It only comes back and smooths out and does the and just corrects what we did yesterday. There was an error in how we did it. And so what this does is the same thing. It appropriates the $300,000 from two chunks. 84% of it is from the, is to be clear, is from the school foundation, and is only used to be used on state school lands. The other 14% of the 300,000, the 42,000, then is used on the other state lands. This just corrects it. It doesn't do anything more than what we did yesterday. It's just a technical correction. We had a glitch. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. It is a technical correction, but we do have some money, so let's go ahead and have a roll call vote.
Second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 8, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll conflict? Driscoll conflict?
Sorry.
Thank you. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Carew? Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. James? Aye. Kinski? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McCune? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins?
Aye.
Aye. Rothfuss? Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger? Aye. Guru? Guru? President Dockstetter?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote? Closing vote closed. On the amendment, 29 aye, 1 conflict.
Second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 8 has passed. We are back on the bill. No further discussion. Senate File 8, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it shall be ordered. Senate File 25, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 25, District Judge Positions Authorization.
There are no amendments. Senate File 25, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate File 27, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 27, Dissolution of County Boards Authority.
There are no amendments. Senate File 27, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objections, it is so ordered. Senate File 29, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 29, Liability for Governmental Health Care Providers Amendment.
Senate File 29, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate File 31, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 31, Absenteeism and Truancy.
There is an amendment. Please read in the amendment.
Senate File 31, second reading amendment number 1, page 7, line 16, after.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, I move second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 31 and ask for your favorable considerations. This just goes into the penalty phase for the truancy component. And the intent here is just to give the courts just a little more tools in their tool bag instead of subjecting them. And it does say may, that they may punish by not more than 10 days of community service. Oftentimes, I think this is something that's overlooked as a potential corrective measure for misbehavior. And I think it just provides the court a little more flexibility and some discretion in dealing with truancy, Mr. President. So I would ask for your favorable consideration and stand for any questions.
Question on the amendment. Looks like we have one. Senator Wasserberger.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I just wonder if they're going to show up.
Okay. What else? Senator Rothfuss, are you going more in depth for us?
Slightly. Mr. Chairman, on and against, and I appreciate this is probably a great and appropriate form of consideration. But the intent of the restructuring was to recognize that we should simply be pointing to a specific part of statute to provide the governance if there is this type of failure. So you can see that even though there was previous language about what a court would do and a misdemeanor, the recognition and the intent of the Education Committee was to simply realize that we have statute that appropriately governs, and we should simply be utilizing that statutory construct instead of creating new ideas and different ideas of what to do about it. And so the Education Committee went with, and honestly, we had a lot of discussion about this over the last few years, subject to proceedings under the Child Protection Act or the Child in Need of Supervision Act, or both. Now, that would certainly not preclude this particular outcome, and honestly, it may even be more than 10 days of community service. It's hard to say exactly what would come out of an application to the Child Protection Act or the Child in Need of Supervision Act. But again, this just isn't the place to sort of be coming up with appropriate responses for truancy, because we wanted to be relying on the appropriate expertise and appropriate authority under statute instead of going with these type of ad hoc solutions that haven't worked in the past. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the spirit of it, and I am a big advocate for community service as an appropriate response to many transgressions, but I don't think this fits with the intent of what the Education Committee was trying to accomplish with that passage. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rothfuss. Senator Ellis.
And thank you, Mr. President. Just to piggyback off that on and against the amendment, you know, the testimony we heard extensively was what happens when you have, you know, for example, a grandmother who, you know, her children have been sent to prison. She's stuck raising grandchildren, struggling to pay for that. He's struggling with the cost of gas. I mean, struggling. And so we were trying to identify ways that, you know, would actually help improve the circumstances to get those kids to school, not add more struggle to it. So I understand that that's not all instances, but that is why we were trying to get away from some of those particulars in the bill. A lot of work has went into it, so I just don't see how this accomplishes what we're trying to achieve. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Further discussion on the amendment. Back to the sponsor now. This is on second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 31. Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, on and for the amendment. So it's permissive, just like the current language. Under the current language that's now in the bill, you have two options. You either direct them towards a court order type of custody process, or you don't. That's the option for the judge. And I think it's pretty prescriptive to say, why would we remove any flexibility of a judge to say, well, maybe that's just a little too onerous, and maybe we can just provide a little nudge in the right direction with a little community service. So the question I would have, Mr. President, what harm does it do to give a judge the discretion, the ability to use a multitude of tools instead of an either-or choice? On and for the amendment.
Thank you. Ready for the question? Question being called. Second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 31. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
No.
Division, let's call it. All those in favor stand. This is on the amendment. And I, 17I? Yeah, 17I. Okay, amendment's passed. All right, we're back on the bill. Senate File 31 having been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it's so ordered. Senate File 32, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 32, K through 3 Reading Assessment and Intervention Program.
Senate File 32, there are no amendments. Senate File 32, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objections, it is so ordered. Senate File 33, second reading of the Senate File.
Senate File 33, Codification of the Education Resource Block Grant Model.
There are no amendments. Senate File 33, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objections, it is so ordered. Senate File 35, second reading of the Senate File.
Senate File 35, Electrical Vehicle Charging Stations Regulation Exemption.
Thank you. There is an amendment. Please read in the amendment.
Senate File 35, second reading amendment number 1, delete.
Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 35 and ask for your favorable consideration. Late yesterday afternoon, I introduced an amendment, Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, and it had a couple of effects that I didn't anticipate, that we didn't anticipate. First of all, it changed the scope of the bill as we had intended, and I don't think that was the right answer. Secondly, it put my colleague, who was discussing the bill, in a really bad situation. That was my fault. As a testimony to his restraint and what a gentleman he is, he didn't take me to the train station over it, so I'm glad for that. He didn't beat me about the head and shoulders with a tire iron, and that worked out well for me. So with that said, I'd like to ask you for your consideration to withdraw my amendment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ready for the question? Question being called. This is on second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 35. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Cooper, and I also extend my formal apology to Senator Wasserberger. It was late at night, and he was good enough to kind enough to entertain it. We've got it corrected now. Thank you to both the sponsor and to Senator Wasserberger. We're back on the bill. Senate File 35. Having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objections, it is so ordered. Thank you. I was wondering what that tire iron was leaning up his desk for this morning. Okay, Senate File 38, second reading of the Senate File.
Senate File 38, Monthly Ad Valorem Tax Revisions.
Thank you. There is no amendment. Senate File 38, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? It is so ordered. Having no objection, so ordered. Okay. Senate File 38. Senate File 46, second reading of the Senate File.
Senate File 46, Solid Waste Cease and Transfer Program Funding.
Thank you. There are no amendments. Senate File 46, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate File 98, second reading of the Senate File.
Senate File 98, Federal Emergency COVID-19 Relief Funding Limitations.
Senate File 38, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the... Oh, excuse me, I did. Good correct. Senate File 98, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Having no objection, it is so ordered. That concludes our second readings. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, do you have a consent list on third readings?
President, I do have a consent list. I move third reading consent list, which is as follows. Senate File 6, Aquatic Invasive Species Inspection Enforcement. Senate File 9, Revenue Bonds for Agriculture and Revenues. Senate File 10, Predator Control. Senate File 19, County Optional Property Tax Refund Program. Senate File 34, Inheritance Tax Fees Repeal. Senate File 74, Water and Sewer District Elections Amendments.
Thank you. Would anyone like any of these bills removed from the consent list? I repeat them. Senate File 6, Aquatic Invasive Species Inspection Enforcement. Senate File 9, Revenue Bonds for Agricultural Endeavors. Senate File 10, Predator Control. Senate File 19, County Optional Property Tax Refund Program. Senate File 34, Inheritance Tax Fees Repeal. Senate File 74, Water and Sewer District Elections and Amendments. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
On the consent list, Anderson. Aye. Baldwin. Beitman. Boner.
Oh, Beitman excused.
Boner, aye. Bouchard. Case. Aye. Cooper. Aye. Driscoll.
Aye.
Ellis. French. Murphy. Garou. Hicks. Hutchings. James. Kinski. Cole. Cost. Landon. McEwen. Nethercott. Pappas. Perkins. Rothfuss. Salazar. Schuler. Scott. Steinmetz. Wasserberger. Beitman excused, Mr. President.
Yes, excuse.
Excused. Beitman excused. President Dockstader.
Aye.
On the consent list, 29 aye, 1 excused. Senate File 6, are there any changes? James, aye to no. Bouchard, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Senate File 6, 27 aye, 2 no, 1 excused. Senate File 9, are there any changes? Case, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Senate File 9, 28 aye, 1 no, 1 excused. Senate File 10, are there any changes? Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Senate File 10, 29 aye, 1 excused. Senate File 19, are Hicks, aye to no. Kinski, aye to no. Cooper, aye to no. Steinmetz, aye to no. Kolb, aye to no. French, aye to no.
Perkins, aye to no.
Perkins, aye to no. McEwen, aye to no. Dockstader, no. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Senate File 19, 20 aye, 9 no, 1 excused. Senate File 34, are there any changes? Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Senate File 34, 29I, 1 excused. Senate File 74. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 74, 29I, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, Senate File 6, Senate File 9, Senate File 10, Senate File 19, Senate File 34, and Senate File 74 have passed the Senate. Bills on third reading, Senate File 66, third reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 66, American Rescue Plan Act Recovery Funds Appropriation, sponsored by the Appropriations Committee, an act relating to the emergency expenses of government.
There are amendments. Reading clerk, read in the first amendment.
Senate File 66, third reading amendment number 1, page 10 after line 7, insert.
Senator Cost? I'm showing Senator Kinski, but go ahead. This is third reading amendment number 6 to Senate File 66?
Be third reading.
Oh.
I believe it should be third
Okay.
reading.
Let's have, for the record, could I have the reading clerk read in this amendment? This would be third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 66.
Senate File 66, third reading amendment number 1, page 10 after line 7, insert.
Senator Cost. This one says Senator Cost. Go ahead.
Third reading Amendment 1 to Senate File 66 and ask for your favorable opinion or thinking or help me, whatever I can think of. I don't know why I get so nervous around you guys. I can stand in 500 kids and not bother me at all, and I get in front of you and it's intimidating, so.
They're all your friends most of the time.
We'll see if I can work through this. Okay. What this amendment does is of the appropriation to the Office of State Lands and Investments, $7 million of the ARFID shall be for the purpose of providing grants to community health center, regional crisis stabilization facilities, and women's substance use disorder facilities. People, we got some real serious problems in the state with trying to take care of these people, and we only have very few places to send them. What this amendment's going to do is it's going to allow some building of some remodeling, I should say, of some of the areas around the state, as well as trying to work with regional crisis stabilization centers so that there's enough room to take some of the pressure off of these problems, plus to help with Title 25, which is, as most of you know, a huge issue. They're wanting to have a regional crisis stabilization in the Northeast Wyoming by adding beds to the system they currently have. The female high-intensity residential in Southeast Wyoming, it would take $681,000 to get it into shape. The Northeast Wyoming, adding beds to the system would be $1.84 million. Regional Crisis Stabilization, SMI, Group Homes, Southeast Wyoming, rehab and to add to existing campus, $2.66 million. Regional Crisis Stabilization, Northwest Wyoming, this is currently in Worland area, rehab double occupancy rooms, $1.4 million. and Regional Crisis Stabilization 2-bed holding unit project for rural coverage in Riverton as a pilot project, $400,000, for a total of $6.98 million. Current total crisis beds in the locations: Casper has 4, Cheyenne has 8, Uinta has 2, and Sweetwater has 4, and Willand has 9. They are multiple occupancy beds. I said that wrong. Rooms with beds in them. Not beds. Parenting women beds, pregnant with children, Casper 4. These are on the waiting list, 16 on the waiting list time, or wait list is 6 months to get into these. Casper currently with parenting women beds, pregnant or with children, Casper has 4, Rock Springs has 9, and Sheridan has 8. Women unaccompanied, Casper 16, Rock Springs 24, and Sheridan 18. What this is going to do is loosen up the problem we have for trying to get people into these locations. I can tell you that there are some places in the state right now where we've got people that are being held 24, 48 days, not hours, days, to try to get into locations. It's a real serious situation. Sustainability is quite interesting. They do have the SAMHSA grants for sustainability, so it is not something where they're going to need more funds from us. This is all they're going to need to get this going. And I'll tell you this much right now, it is really a serious need in our state, and if we could look to help that out, I think it would make a huge difference. I would ask for your favorable vote.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I want to thank the good senator for bringing this. This is a crisis. It's particularly a crisis in Fremont County. You have my total support, and I would encourage the members to seriously think about this. Thank you.
Further discussion, Senator Kinski?
Mr. President, thank you. This is painful because I love this project. I'd like to see it in my district, and I'm a champion of it. But let me tell you what the process is that we went through on the Joint Appropriations Committee. There are a large number of people who had projects that were very near and dear to their heart. So we started putting together a list. We'd say, here's the projects that we're going to specifically fund now, and then whatever's left over can go to the SLIB board. We soon found there was nothing left over. Then we realized, instead of us as legislators deciding what was best, knowing there'd be other projects out there that never got a chance to come to the table, what was fair was to put this money in the SLIB and allow everybody from everywhere in the state, all manner of projects, to submit and get them sorted out and vetted and prioritized there. So that's what we did, and I think that's a good policy, and I think we need to stay with that, on and against the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, ready for the question? This is on third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 66. Call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 1, Senate File 66, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Lightman excused. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? No. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Baru? Aye. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James Conflict? Kinski? No. Cole? No. Cost? Aye. Landon? No. McCune? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstader? No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. On the amendment, 15 aye, 13 no, 1 excused, 1 conflict.
Third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 66 is passed. Next amendment.
Senate File 66, third reading amendment number 2, page 4, after line 17, insert.
Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 66. Fellow senators, you've heard all this before. We're number one. We don't want to be number one in the suicide rate in the nation. If you'll notice on the amendment yesterday, or 2 days ago, amendment on Committee of the Whole amendment, I asked for $3 million to be put back into the suicide hot fund. Suicide hotline, I've got his disease, hotline fund. If you remember the discussion, the good member from Carbon County mentioned that originally $2.1 million were asked. I put that back in the bill, $2.1 million. And I will give my opinion on this, and I put it back in here rather than wait for the budget, because I think it's important that we get this standing up and get it going. As you remember, in August of 21, they originally started the call center, and I know you all got emails from the mental health organization giving you the numbers of calls that have come to those hotlines. It's significant. You also got some studies to answer some questions about the effectiveness of suicide hotlines. Hopefully that answered some of the questions. Rather than make this a continual funding, my thought is let's get it stood up, and then let's have them make good on what they're telling us, that we've got grants that we can get. We can keep this thing going. Let us get our grants and let us get those things going. But at the moment, I think it's important that we get it stood up, get it going. I think preventing suicide should be a priority. Mental health in Wyoming, frankly, should be a huge priority. And I think this is an opportunity we have to inject a little bit of money into this and get this up and going strong, and then let them make their way and make the progress that they say they can with grants. And with that, I would ask for your favorable votes.
Kinski. Oh, Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just on the amendment, your Joint Appropriations Committee, when we first got this, and when we first got this, and as we put the bill together, the request was for $7 million, but everywhere we turned, we could never find out what the $7 million was for. Sometimes we were told it's for equipment. Sometimes it was told it was going to do various things. Whether it was going to be, the government was going to stand up and some agency was going to run this, or they're going to do equipment. We could never find out what the original $7 million amendment was for. So just in the last week, long before this bill went to press, or how long after this bill went to press and after it was even in your desk, we finally got the real information. The real information is, and let me just back up further. If you remember, for those of you here a few years ago, we funded through the regular budget the suicide prevention hotline. And putting our collective heads together, we thought we were getting a 24-hour-a-day hotline when we did that. It turns out that's not so. And so this amendment funds this. There's $400,000 in the regular budget. It's $2.5 million to fund this through the next biennium. So when you add this to what's already in the budget, that's the amount to have one 24-hour hotline 24/7 for the next 2 years. So if you want, this is really simple. If you want a suicide prevention hotline to be 24/7 in the state of Wyoming, then you need to vote for this amendment. If you're not interested in that, you would vote against the amendment. Okay? That's how this goes. This is new information, information we did not have at the time we put the bill together. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further discussion? Further discussion? All right. Question being called. This is on third reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 66. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Roll call on the amendment. Anderson? No. Baldwin? Aye. Whitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? No. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James Conflict? Kinski? No. Kolb? No. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstader? No. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Senate File 66, Amendment Number 2. Ayes 16, noes 13, 1 conflict.
Third reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 66 has passed. Now, third reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 66. Reading clerk, read it in.
Senate File 66, third reading amendment number 1, page 8, lines 8 through 10, delete.
Senator Cost. Or Senator Baldwin, or? Which one, gentlemen? Third reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 66. Senator Cost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move third reading amendment 3 to Senate File 66 and ask for your favorable consideration. What this does is in the EMS regionalization pilot program, all it does is it takes out the one-to-one match. The thing we need to remember about these regional areas where they're going to try to do this pilot program for emergency medical services, there isn't any money. So a one-to-one match just isn't going to happen. So we're saying, let's take the one-to-one match out and let's try to have this complete so that they can actually put together these regionalization pilots and see if we can get some emergency systems going in those areas where we're really having struggles. And there's a number of places in the state where it's a real serious problem right now. So all this does is removes the one-to-one match because there's no money there. I would appreciate it if you would look on it favorably. Thank you.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, on and against the amendment. So we went through this and we looked at this. And we put $5 million in there for stabilization for those EMS services that are on the verge of collapse. And then we put another $5 million in there for regional pilot projects with the idea to help them get up and started, but required a one-to-one match. One-time funding, Mr. President, one time. When this is done, it's gone. And to say that there's no money out there, I don't know that I would accurately characterize that. When there was direct distributions for ARPA money to the counties, there was direct distribution to the city's ARPA money, and now we're saying, look, if you want to use your own direct distributions under the Federal ARPA Act, we also do 105 million direct distributions out of the general fund right now. So it's a decision. You can say, we're going to fund this at 100% right now, and then in 2 years, come back and they'll say, well, you guys set this program up. You need to fund it. The idea all along, Mr. President, was to give the locals an opportunity to go out there and get these things started with an expectation that they are going to become a local funded operation. So that's the choice. They can use part of their own money. They can use part of their own ARPA money, Mr. Chairman. They can use part of their own local government distributions. It's a choice. It's just a policy choice. Do you want to stand up the program and have an expectation that we're going to continue to fund this into the future? That's your decision.
Thank you. Further discussion? Senator Kinski.
Mr. President, to just add on to that a little bit, we were afraid that if we didn't do this right, the state would end up saddled with all of the ambulance program expense in this manner. Let's take my 2 counties. Between them, I think we probably subsidize $1.5 to $2 million. If we come down to Cheyenne and get $2 million to stand up a regional pilot, what happens to the other 1.5? Goes right back into the county's coffers. They're going to save that money. We want these areas to bring their money to the table and leverage it with the state's money, not 100% put the burden back on the state, because we're afraid once that happens, it's going to be statewide, and it'll have to be a statewide ambulance service. The regions that really are motivated can take the money they're already using to subsidize, match it with state money, and set up their regional pilots. They have the money to put the skin in the game. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to add a little bit to this conversation, this is brought to us from the Governor's Task Force on healthcare in Wyoming. This is set up as a regional thing to include the whole state. Currently, there's 5 trauma regions in the state, which is already, that's set up. And the intention is to take this study into using those 5 trauma regions and then using those regions to conduct a pilot study by the Department of Health and to conduct a study and see the best way to do this. All these are not administrated by cities and counties. We have ambulance services all over the place. Some are private hospitals, some are cities, some are counties, some are just plain private. They're all over the place. And a lot of these services don't have much money. And they don't have much participation, frankly. They don't have many volunteers. It's very hard to get volunteers nowadays, something we've touched on a little bit. There's no volunteers available for volunteer ambulance services, nor volunteer fire services. People just can't volunteer their time. There's more training, et cetera. So this is an attempt to get these services stood up in a pilot program, see if there's a way regionally via these 5 districts or these 5 regions to get something going that we can provide effective ambulance service for the entire state and even these places that are remote and very difficult to serve right now. So I would encourage your aye vote, and it's a big deal. But this does come out of that study from the Governor's Task Force.
Further discussion? Senator Cole?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, on this subject, my area in southwestern Wyoming, of course, we struggle over there with ambulance services. The county's working on it. I worked on it years ago when I was on the commission. I think this money, though, against the amendment, we have to have counties work to solve this problem. We are not going to solve individual problems for the counties across the state of Wyoming, because my area is huge, the largest land mass in the state of Wyoming, 7th in the US. Mine is different than others. So I think that we can, if we don't let our counties and us work on a partnership like it is now going to work without this amendment, we're going to be asking for actuarial problems like we do at the fire Plan A. I mean, that worked out so famously well for us. I think we have to partner with our local counties, frankly, because they're the ones who really have to be driving this train. Local control. I think they have plenty of money they've gotten in from the federal government. We all have to have skin in this game, so we have value to what we're doing. If we just, I don't know, throw all the money at it, I guarantee it'll be back, and it'll be back with a vengeance, kind of like the actuarial system. So I think if we handle this the way it is, I think there's other opportunities for other funding through SLIB board, but I think this is an unnecessary amendment that basically shackles us with solving the problems of counties, and I'm all for local control. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Question, let's go back to Senator Cost. Go ahead.
I appreciate all the comments and all the information that we're getting, but there's a couple things we need to remember. First of all, these areas where the EMS service is really not even there. We've got a county due to the west of us here, northwest, that can't even get anybody to bid for that. They don't have any ambulances right now because they were using a company to supply that. Now, how in the world can they get started when they don't have a $200,000 ambulance to start out with? I'm not saying, in fact, I'm full support of saying we need our counties to be skin in the game. Do not disagree with it. But right now, we need something to get started in those areas that are really hurting so that we can take care of the people. This is about taking care of people. Look at I-80, look at I-25. Think of the volunteers that are along those lines and the work that they're getting nailed with because I-80 has so many. Think of the I-25 and the number of accidents that go along there. Our volunteers cannot continually handle that, so there's got to be a change. Everybody understands that, but we need to try to see if we can start something in some of those areas where they're broke right now. There's areas in our state where we're doing fine. Ambulance is working well. We don't need to put any of this funding there. But where there's problems, we need to see if we can spur something and start it so that they can continue from there with the understanding this one time is just to get you started, period. We've got a crisis out there. I don't disagree. We need to take a look at how counties are going to be in the game and everybody else. But I sure think that a little bit of funding out there to help them, because this is not that much and it's not going to go very far, would be well worth the time and the effort that it's going to produce for those places to study and come up with a solution. I would ask your favorable vote.
Ready for the question? Question being called. Third reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 66. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Roll call, third reading amendment number 3, Senate File 66. Anderson? No. Baldwin? Aye. Whitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? No. Ellis? No. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James Conflict? Kinski? No. Cole? No. Cost?
Aye.
Aye. Landon? No. McCune? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? No. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? No. President Dockstetter? No. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 3, 4 aye, 25 no, 1 conflict.
Third reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 66 is failed. Next amendment, third reading amendment number 4 to Senate File 66.
Senate File 66, third reading amendment number 4, page 4 after line 29, insert.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bring back the second reading amendment as a third reading amendment. I haven't changed anything on this. Again, this amendment was for 7 projects throughout our state that have applied for projects and money from SLIB board. And these projects were already approved by the SLIB board and the governor. So they have been vetted completely. And again, with the 30 to 40% increases in materials and products and labor issues because of inflation and shortages, if they don't get this gap funding, those prices are even going to go up more. And the biggest concern I had yesterday is that, again, if these projects, which I can't imagine why they would have to reapply, but maybe that's the way it works, I guess. But if they do have to reapply for these projects that have already been approved, you figure that's about 6 weeks to get the applications in, 5 or 6 months before they find out if they've been approved. And now the prices have all gone up more. So just a little bit more information on these 7 projects. I think the comment was made yesterday that they aren't off the ground, and I found a little more information. Well, I know the one in Evanston, the Avalon manufacturing facility, which will probably provide anywhere from 50 to 80 jobs. They've already done the dirt work, the sewer, and the water. It's just actually just down from my house a little bit. And the engineering and design work began in 2021 as well. City of Lander, the Maven headquarters, that project was value engineered, and they did ask for an additional loan amount, and they are waiting SLIB approval, which was supposed to have happened on the 3rd of this month. The town of Powell, their conference center, that project was given an extension due to COVID-related hurdles, and once the costs start going up, theirs is on hold. The next one, Rock Springs County Airport, I'd just like to put a little plug in for this airport right now. In our southwest corner, there are a lot of people that are using this airport now, and particularly even in my corner of the state, instead of going across the big state to the west and using the international airport there, they're keeping their money in Wyoming, and a lot of people are using this airport. And so their project for terminal modernization, that project is under construction, and WBC is waiting to get a final estimate, but they are going to have a few cost overruns again, just like everybody else. But the guy that's running that airport over there is doing a bang-up job. If any of you get a chance to go over there and fly out, I don't know if the good senator from Sweetwater County's flown out of there, but I've heard really good things about it. So the City of Mills, the riverfront property preparation, it went out to bid in 2021. The bids came in much higher, so that project is on hold. The City of Laramie, the Interfaith Food Pantry expansion, engineering work actually started September 2020, and construction began December 2020. So that project is heading down the home stretch. And then City of Rollins, the adaptive reuse of the historic guards quarters. This project is very close to completion, but they need a little bit more additional funding. And then, so again, that project is on hold unless they can't get the extra funding. So I hope that you'll think about all these projects that have been vetted and approved by the SLIB board and the governor, and think about the impacts they make in your community, and give it your positive consideration. Thank you.
This is on third reading amendment number 4 to Senate File 66. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, all good projects and all have been approved, but there are other funds available for all of this. We put $100 million, don't forget that part, into our local governments. So there's 50 million that is just, it's in this bill. It's just for local government projects. So all of these would qualify. The locals could come in and ask for those. And then there's another 50 million we put in for sewer and water, and there's a lot of sewer and water projects in here. And so there is money available for that already. Great projects, some in my own area. However, we've already allocated some money in these areas. We also have the MRG program through SLIB that cities and counties and towns utilize on a regular basis. And so it's another place to get cost overruns taken care of. And so just on and against the amendment, just because we have funding in other places. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, on this subject, and to answer the question, yeah, I have flown out of the airport quite numerous times. I know the state of affairs up there. I go up there. I kind of know a little bit of the background, but you know, I can't share all that here today. I think there's a mechanism we have in place. As I recall, we're a citizen legislative group. We're not professionals. We're not here all the time. But what we do have is a SLIB board. And they make, you know, they evaluate and make decisions about the situation that is presented to them. And they have money. I do not know what the hurry is. It's going to take time to do any of these things. But I think if I'm not going to outguess the SLIB board. They're all worthy projects. They were all good projects. Things happen beyond their control. But the avenue to be made whole is probably the local governments who got millions, multiple millions of ARPA funds, be it the city in the case of that airport, the city of Rock Springs, and the county. Sorry, I used the proper word. And there's a lot of money there. But I think we have to be very careful with our money. We have to spend it wisely. This is one-time money. And so I'm not opposed to these projects. I'm opposed to just giving them outright money without it being fully vetted, because I obviously do not have all the information on what they're doing and how they got to where they're at. But the SLIB board can ask those questions. The SLIB board can analyze this. And I trust them to make a fair and unbiased decision about projects that are needed. So, on and against amendment.
Further discussion? Further discussion? All right, ready for the question. Question on third reading amendment number 4 to Senate File 66. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Roll call on amendment, third reading amendment number 4. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Whitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Driscoll? No. Ellis? No. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James Conflict, Kinski? No. Cole? No. Cost? No. Landon? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Perkins? No. Office? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? No. President Dockstetter? No. Closing vote? Salazar? Salazar, no to aye. Closing. Vote closed. On the amendment, 6 aye, 23 no, 1 conflict.
Third reading amendment number 4 to Senate File 66 has failed the Senate. Third reading amendment number 5 to Senate File 66. Please read it in.
Senate File 66, third reading amendment number 5, page 4 after line 4, insert.
Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 5 to Senate File 66. Yes, as I heard someone, good country lawyer down the hall say, my hypocrisy has bounds. But here we go. We'll see where mine lies today. This amendment asked for $21 million as the governor requested of American Rescue Plan Direct ARPA dollars for housing through the WCDA. When this came up in appropriations, I thought about this and thought about making a run at my compadres and said, no, I don't think it would work. I don't think that the WCDA guidelines would work in my community or in a lot of communities around the state. And then as we went through the process, we put $100 million for local projects with cities, $50 million for projects that were more water, sewer related, and we left it there. After that, I started getting calls from around the state. Mayor from a town up north and east of where I live, saying that he had a $50 million project that he already owned the land on, he was getting ready to go, and he was really looking forward to this $21 million to maybe come in and see if he couldn't, help add money to a project that they'd already worked for. In my own county, our local hospital board called. They own a motel right across from the hospital. They've been using it for years, so if a loved one or a family member comes in for surgery, they have a place to stay. They're going to, at the tune of $75 million, tear it down and build housing that they sorely need for their CNAs and doctors. Call after call came, and so with the help of some folks in this body, we took another look, and the amendment you see before you is the product of that work. What we've done is we've added some sideboards and some criteria to this. If you'll look on the first page of the amendment, number 1, it says $7.5 million per project. 2, that a 1-to-1 match, at least a 1-to-1 match, be in for all projects. And the more money you put in, the higher your priority will go in towards funding to the $7.5 million. In other words, and I think this is really important, that this $21 million expenditure here is for the last money in, not the first money in, the last money in. And I think that's important because, in this money, it's, all these dollars are important. And those other projects, in that other pots of money, these things aren't necessarily true. Matching dollars is, but on this one, this is just a cap off some projects that have really come to fruition. Also, if you look down to number 3, it's for political subdivisions, public-private partnership, or a public trust. On the next page, number 4, it's meant to be restricted in its deed restriction, so that way it takes out the speculative value. This is not something that we're looking for somebody on a get-rich-quick scheme. where people get government dollars, do a development, and then cash out. And then on number 5, you'll see a whole bunch of governmental gobbledygook, or as I call technobabble, that talk about minimum housing requirements, minimum thresholds of income and such to ensure that it stays affordable for middle-income people and to do and hit the people that we are trying to hit and help. And so that is the genesis of this. And so I ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you, Mr. President.
Are there any other comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. One is hard pressed not to speak for some techno babble. I'm not sure what that is. But good senators, as a reminder of what my good colleague across the room indicated, this actually was part of the governor's allocation of some of these funds to recognize the concern of statewide accessibility to affordable housing. Now, of note, this particular bill does not address, it is focused on something broader and more expansive than low-income housing, and I think that's important to recognize the distinction here. I think in all of our communities, Wyoming is struggling with having the ability of affordable housing. So you have a single person or two-person family, 2 income earners of a family, and they're not able to buy a home, for anything less than $350, and that is pretty burdensome, particularly for state employees or any kind of public employee on those salaries, and most notably where we have this housing shortage, even in rural areas of Wyoming. And so this plan is intended to address that, and this is part of that solution, which is something that we've seen most notably in the last couple of years. And so I think this is a prudent way for us to allocate these funds in a reasonable and responsible way that's not too restrictive, but really affords all of our communities to benefit in a way that meets the needs unique to both rural and increasing larger communities, urban, I guess we like to be called, and it addresses those all across the board. So again, I've heard of this concern from our smaller communities. Again, I've heard from up north, those smaller town mayors, and even the larger ones as well, that this is an important concern, and this is one of those solutions to reach that, and our good governor would agree.
Senator Landon, and then over to the gatekeeper of money.
Mr. President, thank you, and I didn't mean to jump up in front of the chairman. I just wanted to, first of all, compliment the bringer of the amendment for its structure. My question relates to the last 2 years of serving on some of your committees, Mr. Chairman. I've heard from just about every entity in our state government about the difficulty up in your neck of the woods that some of our employees are having, or that some of our agencies are having because this doesn't exist. We're frankly really struggling along that western front to hire good people. And my question is, does this stand a chance of helping our school district up there? School districts, plural. Does it have a chance to help a snowplow driver or a sheriff's deputy? I'd just be interested in that to see if there's any chance that we could get some help on that front. Thank you.
Senator Perkins, and then Senator Zalazar, would you take the stand for a minute after that?
Mr. President, I'll defer to you first.
No, I want to go behind you.
So, Mr. President, on and against, although I must tell the minister, I'm a little bit intimidated, Mr. President, on and against the amendment, but a little bit intimidated when I look on the back page and there's my president on the back as one of the sponsors. Although I get it, Mr. President. We heard, as we went through the budget process, went through our 4 weeks of hearings and some additional Zoom hearings trying to put all this together. We heard about affordable housing as an issue, not just on the western slope, but all over the state. It's everywhere. I know in my town, it's everywhere. You go, I mean, how many of you gotten those cards from the realtor that says, hey, I can sell your house for X, and you're going, well, that's nice, but then where would I live? Because I can't buy a house I can't go get another house for what they want to pay for mine, right, especially after their commission deduction. But anyway, that's another story. So So this, the governor's ask, I think, was actually $1 million more. Maybe I remember wrong, but we asked no more, no less than 10 times between our budget hearings and even the hearing on this bill. What does this look like? Who gets this? You know, I was starting to think, you know, the way to do this is probably just do a lottery, because everybody's saying this is going to be, I don't know how they figure this out, but that we've heard the number 384 people, 384 homes. That's how it's going to make a difference. Now, it's certainly going to make a difference, one of those 384. And Mr. President, you have to start somewhere. But we asked no less than 10 times that I can think of, how does this work? How does this look like? Who gets this? And like I say, I was about ready to think, maybe we just hold a state lottery, and if you meet some qualifying income amount, you put your name in, and we just grant you money so you can, you know, you instead of, you know, if you had to go pay $300,000 for a house, you only had to pay, you know, you get 100, and so you get another 100,000 for your down payment. You only had to pay 200,000. Because I just, you know, I struggle with how this turns out to be fair as you go across the country. So we've asked for that over and over and over. And so the good sponsor and another member on JAC, and even I had a little bit of input, said, you know what, if somebody else won't put some sideboards on, at least we will. Because we couldn't figure out how this was going. In fact, when you asked the question, the best answer we got from the sponsoring agency was, well, we've got experience with low-income housing, and so give us this and we'll develop a grant program. Well, they may have done with that with low-income, but affordable housing is not low-income housing. They are two very, very different horses. So this is $21 million. If you're going to start somewhere, then at least there's some sideboards on here to go this. Now, this is a little bit restrictive. And when you look at the more money in, you know, that means those who are well-heeled and ready to go, they're probably going to have an advantage. We're talking about the expenditure of grant funds. You know, it's going to be by political subdivision or public or private partnership or public trust. So it's not just going to be some developer, I get that, but that's going to be a little bit restrictive, and some places that aren't quite sophisticated may have a little bit of problem with that. But if, at least at this one, there is some sideboards and some way to get forward so you know it just doesn't go out and evaporate into some developer's pocket and somebody gets some cheap homes somewhere and they move on. We also talked about the fact, could you give grants, and then if they sell the house later on, that maybe you split the equity, but you can't do that because these are ARPA funds, and so those types of things don't work. So as you think about this, if you think affordable housing is a good idea, then at least this one has some sideboards and it's a place to get started. Certainly there's nothing there, but we could never get a satisfactory answer about what this program might look like. So, and who knows, the governor may just line item veto it all out, and then nobody has to worry about it. But Mr. President, just it's a big problem everywhere. We've got to start somewhere. If it's my preference, I would almost rather wait and let's find a good program and house developed instead of us design this one. But if you're going to do it, at least this has some sideboards. I would really like to know how this works and how we can make a program that works in Wyoming instead of just have this one-off and here's 21 million and trust me. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Thank you. I appreciate the council for good appropriations chair. Folks, I'm also working with my bounds of, in my bounds of hypocrisy, because you notice I've always been careful over the years with this. But I talked about earlier about something that had changed in the last 2 years, and it has drastically changed. And I don't see it coming back to the normal where we had a good snowplow driver, a good teacher out there being able to just afford a house, work, raise their family. Starting out west, but it's creeping across the state. And I'll have my good colleague, what we call north of the canyon, go over the numbers of the teachers that we're going to lose over the next time period in the next school year, because they can just simply no longer afford to live there. South of the canyon, we're starting to see it. It used to be that was the escape route. Down the canyon, buy something you can afford, and do the commuter life. 1,100 people a day going up that canyon. But they're not finding their refuge down the canyon anymore. People coming back home and working within our highway, taking care of our highways. I heard we had 3 positions open because they'd love the job. They'd love the engineering job, but they can't afford what we pay to live there anymore. Our schools are trying to figure it out south of the canyon. They're doing things like they'll hire some of the folks who grew up there. They can come home and put a place on the parents' land, move a modular in and make it work and call it good. But even then, the salaries are no longer keeping up. That bothers me because it used to be just kind of a good, simple life here. We'd take a job, whether it's working for the state or someone else, and be able to afford it. People that I hire for my own business, I don't know what I'm going to do. My wife and I were having a discussion. Do we create a housing program for those people and sort something out for them? I don't see any of this changing. I see it's the new normal. It's going to cost this much to live in Wyoming. It's going to cost this much to live in the region of the national parks. I also had discussions with the folks out there northeast of the park. I've had multiple discussions with the folks just south of the parks, north of the canyon. Sat down and listened, look at I've toured their housing possibilities. 400, as I recall these numbers, 400 plus people trying to turn in applications for 4 open apartments, 1 bedroom, roughly $2,600 a month. You know how much that just consumes the paycheck. And we don't want to be a situation to do a handout. But if we want to keep people employed, gainfully employed by this state, we may have to start to reconsider programs like this. It's all different. I wish I could say that it's going to go back to something normal. I don't think so. I've seen some really strange things happen over the last few months in terms of trying to afford a house, in terms of trying to call a place home, and they work hard, but it's not rewarded like it used to be. So this is just one solution that we're looking at. Try to respect our people who are working for us, whether it be in the schools, whether they're keeping our highways safe, patrolmen, whether they're clearing the snow, whatever it may be. We may have to start to reconsider something new to give these folks some ground support. On and for the amendment. Ian, I'd like my colleague to follow up on the numbers of faculty we will probably be losing north of the canyon. Thank you.
Vice President Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. President, pretty tough act to follow, but I think it illustrates probably something that we need to take into consideration here. The problem that he describes is not going to be just isolated to his valley. It's coming to Carbon County. We're starting to see this growth in the Platte Valley. It's happening in Park County, Bighorn County, Sheridan County, Johnson County. Any place that you have a desirable place to live is coming to the state of Wyoming. Get ready for it. So these are one-time fundings. This is a short-term government solution for a long-term sustainable problem. At the best, it might build 200 homes. So in the next 2 years, we'll help build 200 homes for somebody in western Wyoming. But what happens when it gets to your town 3 years from now? 4 years from now, 5 years from now. Here's my concern as a member of your Appropriations Committee. We haven't even got into the budget, folks, but I'm going to give you a little preview. We have a structural deficit. We're not fiscally sound in this state. We have the same level of revenue that we had almost a decade ago. $21 million for 2 years. I love the idea of helping somebody out, Mr. Chairman. It's a structural problem. Tell me where you want to get the money from on appropriations and we'll go get it. But it's going to come from health, it's going to come from schools, it's going to come from highways, It's going to come from local government distributions. It has to come from someplace. Tough decisions are going to have to be made. I don't have the answer to them. This is why we're debating this issue. I'm looking out for 3 years and 4 years trying to say, where do we want to be in the state of Wyoming? Would we not be better? And rising tide that lifts all boats? How do we bring in good paying jobs, value added to our economy, so they can afford affordable housing? Or are we just going to have a short-term government solution to a structural problem and say part of the responsibility lays with the private sector, our ability to generate economic revenue for the state, good paying jobs, high quality educations, because these are the decisions that we're faced at. We grapple with this on every one of these decisions that comes before, knowing, folks, we have a structural deficit. Don't have the answer. But I'm pretty sure a one-time solution that creates an ongoing expectation for your community and your community and your community in the future has problems. On and against.
Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. President. A lot of what my good friend from Begg said I agree with. This problem is not going away, and this problem is coming to your town. COVID-19 has helped make it so. The lure of living in a rural community, the lure of being away from the masses, having ground of your own. People are buying homes and communities, sight unseen, in places that they've never even heard of because they want to come here, because they're looking at a way of life. So yes, this problem will grow. And as someone who's worked on affordable housing, who signed the first contract for the first affordable housing unit in Teton County, I can tell you how you fix it. One house at a time. When you can, where you can, however you can. Private dollars, public-private partnerships, philanthropy, any way you can. Today, it's $21 million to be allocated with sideboards, with strict criteria, not written by me, by the way, written by another member here who's a little worried because he's not getting credit for it, but good fellow, smart guy, you like him, Sheridan man, anyway. But I'll tell you, that's how you do it. One house, one place, one time, right here, right now. Please vote aye. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion, Senator Kolb? Oh.
Second time, that's it?
That's right. Second time. I'm sorry, Senator. Appreciate what you had to say, but we're going to call for the vote. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 5 to Senate File 66, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Driscoll? No. Ellis? Ellis? No. French? No. Murphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James Conflict? Kinski? No. Cole? No. Cost? No. Landon? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? No. President Dockstader? Aye. Closing vote. Closing Vote closed. On the amendment, 11 aye, 18 no, 1 conflict.
Third reading amendment number 5 to Senate File 66 has failed. Third reading amendment number 6 to Senate File 66.
Senate File 66, third reading amendment number 6, corrected copy. Page 12, line 2, after quote-unquote 22.
Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move third reading amendment number 6 to Senate File 66 and ask the body's favorable consideration. What this concerns is data highways that the state is building, and we want to make sure that the providers that receive the benefit of that money allow other companies to receive the benefit of that money as well. I asked staff for a memo. Approximately $316 million in state and federal funds have been appropriated or allocated to the state for broadband development since 2011. And at no point did the state ever say to these providers, you've got the benefit of this data highway. If somebody else comes along that wants to get into the conduit with you, you've got to allow them. So we've created a situation where company A has the conduit funded by the state. Company B comes along, they want to compete in your town. They have to ask permission from company A. What does company A say? No. Or they demand a price that effectively is the same thing as no. So what this amendment does is this. The key parts of it are first on line 19. This is what you would call retail. They call it last mile. This would be the retail providers. And this says, the council shall promulgate rules to permit a reasonable overlap of existing broadband infrastructures. So there are people in the fiber data business called overbuilders. So you have a town that only has one company. Company B comes in, they want to overbuild. They want to be able to get into that town and compete. If company A built that fiber all on their own with their own money, fine. They have every right to say no. If the state built it in full or in part, that needs to be reflected in giving them access and the price that is charged for that access. The next key part of it is on line 27. This is middle mile, also called long haul. Think of this as wholesale, community to community. The Wyoming Business Council shall require middle mile broadband project recipients to allow last mile broadband providers access to the conduit at a reasonable rate. So if company A received this state money to go from one town to the other, in whole or in part, they've got to allow somebody else into the data highway. They get to charge a toll. They get to recover their reasonable costs. But it's got to reflect the fact that that highway is built in part or in total by funds from the state of Wyoming. Ultimately, what this will do is increase the amount of data providers. It'll increase the level of competition. Finally, in the last paragraph, if they can't work it out amongst themselves, we send them to the Public Service Commission like any other set of providers. On and for the amendment, and I look forward to questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Discussion on the amendment. Senator Landon.
Mr. President, thank you. I appreciate my colleague from Sheridan County, and he challenges me always when I stand up to have a visit with him. I served on your broadband task force. In fact, you and I together, Mr. President, a couple of years ago, so I'm reaching back ways, but just trying to get my arms around exactly what we're doing with this amendment. There's a couple things that I have a question about. It feels like if the conduit and the right-of-way belong to us, are we flirting with this whole idea of government competing against private business here? That's my first question. The second question that I have is related to that last mile, which back in those days, a couple of years ago, Mr. President, we were mostly concerned with the unserved. We still have hundreds of miles of unserved out across our state. What this appears to do in this amendment is to allow for that middle mile construction, at maybe even at the expense of trying to get broadband out where we don't have it. So if I'm misconstruing, maybe the senator from Sheridan County can correct me if I'm right, but those two things are kind of on my mind with this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Chairman Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This obviously doesn't have an appropriation in it, and so I don't know that your Appropriations Committee doesn't have a position on this particular amendment. But just to talk a little bit about some of the things that we've seen is, most of you know, there's been a substantial amount of money in broadband. There's going to be substantially more amounts of money in broadband, where we've granted, in some cases, state assistance to private people to lay, in particular, fiber optic cable. Sometimes it's been with some matching grants, but a lot of just grant money to get a company to put fiber in the ground to start connect the state. That's called the middle miles, just stretching that cable. We've done things like if you look, how many of you saw the last number of years, you're driving on the highway and they're laying that long orange cable right down the right of way. We've donated, even sometimes where they put their own cable in the ground, we've let them do it on Department of Transportation rights of way. So the state trying to get broadband and trying to help broadband go across the state, we've already done that. This money does that some more. It puts out non-matching grants to broadband providers. And what this amendment tries to do is say, all right, if you're going to do that with state money, you need to allow other people, other providers, other private providers to compete, particularly in the last mile. Let me give you an example of some we talked about just the other day. A broadband provider was providing service in my hometown, wanted to provide service in the capital. And so what did they do? They went to the company that controlled and ran the broadband down a state highway, I believe with some assistance, not sure about that, but at least the using the state's rights of way to run optic fiber cable between Cheyenne and Casper. So then they said, boy, we'd sure like to get on and provide a competing last mile service from where the end of that cable to where it gets in the end user's house, so that you can dial up and answer your email. And dial up, we don't do that anymore. You get on and it's dating myself. Anyway, and so in doing that, they said, okay, we'll let you do that. You know what? You write us a 7-figure check and we'll give you 2 fibers. There's no regulation on that. In fact, they don't have to, or they can make the price so high that you can't have that and thereby quell competition. So this isn't about the state being it. This is saying if the state has participated in that, you need to let those other entities, you need to allow other end users provide that. Now, you're entitled to recover some installation costs, to the extent that the state didn't provide those. You're entitled to recover some maintenance costs and even a reasonable rate of return. But you just don't get to just gouge people, because this is unregulated. And we don't want to regulate it, except for the fact we want to make sure that it's a fair fight at the end mile. So this is not the state climbing into it. This is state trying to ensure and create a playing field where you can have competitive last mile, competitive internet service in your home without having a distinct competitive advantage by big guys that had money to do it, but they don't want to let the little guys play at the end mile. So the hope of this is that at the end of the day, you'll have more competition for internet service in your own areas, and that it can't be forestalled because we gave somebody grants to lay that middle mile, and then they provide an economic hurdle so you can't use it. So this is trying to regulate without really regulating, but just making sure that everybody gets a fair shake at where the state's assisted in laying in that midterm, that fiber optic cable. That's probably confusing, Mr. President, but that's my story and I'm sticking to it.
For that story, let's go to Senator Furphy. How about that? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, our broadband task force is still working away at all of this, but the advantage of this amendment, what we're currently doing, we're working with YDOT, and we're considering laying cable along the interstates. Now, what YDOT is proposing is a dig once policy. So if you're interested in having access along our interstate, YDOT is working with the federal government to get approval from all the federal agencies, the Department of Interior, other federal organizations that manage the lands along our interstate. So the advantage of this amendment is that can help us do the dig once policy, because what happens is these commercial cable companies have one tough time getting approval through the federal agencies, whereas YDOT is going to get that approval once and have authority to lay the cable anywhere along our interstates. So saying all of that, the other thing we need to use some of this broadband money, as you're pointing out, the last mile. It's not commercially feasible to connect some of these outlying areas. And if we can use some of this ARPA money to do that, that's what we need to do. But I'm very much in favor of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Let's go right behind you to Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. On and for the amendment, and if we really look at this, if we don't allow this amendment, we are almost picking the haves and have-nots without doing it directly. If it's government-funded cable, I think everybody should get a shot to be on it. And just because the first person that got there has it all, you shouldn't be able to keep it and overcharge. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. We had Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on and for the concept, I wish this were on second reading, because as I look at the language, I have some concerns, and honestly, there's enough different concepts here that I don't agree with all of them, but I generally like the intent of this. One thing that I'll do to try and, I guess, get at that is ask that the amendment be divided and give us an opportunity to weigh each of the provisions. And that would be done, Mr. President, by asking that it be divided such that lines 1 through 7 go with any of the divisions, and that Division 1 would be lines 8 through 23. Division 2 would be lines 24 through 30. Division 3 would be lines 31 through 37. And then on the back side, those lines 1 and 2 would go with any of the divisions such that it can be discussed independently.
Thank you. Senator, you want to take each one of those by itself now for a discussion?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Division 1, it's
Perfect.
divisible. Let's go Division 1, 8 through 23, connected with 1 and 2 on the back. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you. And so on Division 1, honestly, I just don't think that last mile projects should always be prioritized by the Business Council. I think they often should, but this is the part that I have the most concern with and would like to vote against. This might be the right thing to do. It might not be the right thing to do. It's exactly the kind of thing that you would look at as projects came in, and if the Business Council were specifically instructed to give preference to last mile, but the best use of dollars was in fact a middle mile, or even some type of project that really improved the backbone of the state, they would have to give deference to the structure of this language, and I don't think that's beneficial. Probably would end up working out such that most projects will be last mile, because I think that's where the most need is. but it's not necessarily the case. So I'm on and against Division 1. I actually like the B provision just fine, but I don't like the A provision, so.
Okay, we're on Division 1, folks. If you want discussion on that, go ahead, Senator Landon.
Mr. President, just as a point of order, I think that Division 1 was described as line 8 through 23. It's actually 8 through 22, just for clarification.
Okay.
Thank you. Just
go ahead.
We usually count the dead spaces with the above, not the below, so that you would start a division.
Dead space going to Division 1, folks.
Correct.
Okay. Any follow-up? Any follow-up? Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, I hate to do this, but I wonder if the bringer of the division might consider a further division, which is to break out 8 through 12, and here's my rationale. What he objects to is the idea of giving priority to last mile. And 8 through 14 contains that priority.
Okay, how do you feel about that, Senator?
Mr. Chairman, on the division, I actually had it written down that way, but thought it was too confusing. The only way for that to work, though, and to stand alone, is if you actually divide the division, as opposed to having a second division, which is in order, but it's confusing. So, pursuant to that request, I would ask that Division 1 be divided further,
No, you haven't.
such that Division 1, 8 and 9 will go with either Division 1A or Division 1B. Division 1A would be lines 11 through 14, and Division 1B would be lines 15 through 23. So either way, lines 8 through 10 would go with Division 1, and if successful, it would stand, and then Division 1A would be 11 through 14, which I would oppose, and Division 1B would be 15 to 23, which is frightening, but actually in order.
Okay, so you're going to speak to Division 1A now.
Yes.
That's where we're at.
I'm against.
Okay. Do you want to say whether you're for or against, Senator Keith?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure, point of order, I just want to make sure I've got it right. Division 1 is 8 and 9. Division 1A is, no?
No,
Okay.
Division 1A, 8 through 12. Let's do it this way. We're going to vote on Division 1A. Anybody want to talk to it? We're going Division 1A, 8 through 12.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm back.
Okay. Oh, 14, correct. Sorry, I didn't finish my erasing. Okay, for the record, Division 1A, 8 through 14. And the original bringer of the division is saying a no. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Mr. Chairman,
Don't divide
I'm trying
anymore.
to see whether it's a friendly amendment or not. I think it may very well be. So what it would read if 1A is removed, it would read, the Wyoming Business Council shall give priority to projects that increase competition and availability of broadband services, and then for middle mile projects. Okay, so 1A, I think a no vote improves what we're doing here.
Division 1A, the second person dividing calls for a no vote. Let's have a vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. That has failed. Division 1A failed. Okay, not divide. Now to Division 1B, 15 through 23. No.
Thank you, Mr. President. Lines 8 through 10 survive either division, which is why I characterized it that way during the division. So 1B is 8 through 10 and 15 through 23. Vote aye.
Okay, folks, we have Division 1B, 8 through 10, and 15 through 23. Request is to vote aye. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Division 1B has passed. Tracking this, clerk? Okay. All right. Go ahead.
I just figured out something. Some of you are not looking at the corrected copy. So the line numbers are different. So far, everything we've done is perfect, though. I will say that.
This is corrected copy. Does anybody want to confess that they were not looking at the corrected copy? Wait, let's go, okay, let's go to Senator Landon.
It was me, Mr. President. I think I'm on board now.
Okay, thank you. Honest in your dealings, thank you. Senator Wasserberger.
Mr. President, did you call for the names?
Let's double check it for the record. Ayes and nays, Division 1B, 8 through 10, and 15 through 23. Let's repeat the full vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Okay, the ayes have it. Division 1B holds. Senator Rothfuss.
Mr. President, on Division 2, I support the concept. My concern there was actually the language, and that I think the intent is to provide access to the conduit for middle mile providers, but the language tends to say that you can still have the monopoly on the middle mile access to the conduit, but that a last mile provider would somehow have access to the middle mile conduit, and that's not actually what I think is intended. It would be my expectation that you would have general access to the conduit if we paid for the conduit, and that would provide the flexibility for the last mile. This is where I'm concerned that it's actually third reading. I'm going to vote aye, and I'm going to hope that if I'm right, that it gets cleaned up somewhere further in the process. It's probably better with this than without, but I wanted to raise that concern that I don't think it quite does what it means to do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator, that's a recommended aye on Division 2 then. Senator Kinski, would you like to follow up as the original sponsor on Division 2? Let's vote. Aye. Okay, all those in favor on Division 2 say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Division 2 is passed. Division 3, Senator Rothfuss. Aye. Okay, says aye. Senator Kinski, checking with you. Good? All right. All those in favor of Senator Rothfuss's Division 3 say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. Division 3 has passed. Make a note here. Now we're back then, essentially, that we take it all the way. Everything included those last two lines on the back. I think we're good to go with these divisions. Don't think we need a roll call. It's kind of policy. Please.
I spoke once on the main motion. Now it's been changed. I don't know where I am in terms of how many times I can speak, but I don't want to speak for the last time if there's other people that want to talk. Where am I? Have I spoken once or
Yeah,
twice?
we started, in clarification from the clerk, we started over when we started to divide. 2 times each, yeah. Go ahead, Senator Rothfuss.
The good bringer would have 2 times each, as would anyone else, but actually the third division was the final division and was the last. So we are done, and we've passed everything.
Yep.
We have no further action on the amendment.
Yeah, and we did it all with voice vote. That's it. Third reading amendment number 6 to Senate File 66 is passed as amended with the divisions. Well, that was fun. Okay. Third reading amendment number 7 to Senate File 66, Senator Wasserberger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 7 to Senate File 66. And first of all, I'd like to discuss this. Yesterday, when this amendment was offered on second reading, the good chairman of appropriations stated that this money did not qualify under this. And at that time, that was the correct statement. And then if you look at the emails from staff, he admitted his mistake and corrected his mistake. And I just wanted to compliment the chair of appropriations for his integrity. And so that's all that's changed on this amendment. Essentially now we know that we can spend this money on our capacity purchase agreements for airports. And I want to remind, and we spoke about this yesterday, we've gone all through it. This is an appropriation of $1.8 million. We talked about yesterday of what airports and areas of the state of Wyoming it goes to. But what I want to stress is this is a match. It's a 60-40 match. And so we leverage the 8.8 million, and then we also bring in 5.8 million for almost 15 millions to our airports. And I think everybody understands the issues, and so.
Can I have you pause for just a moment? Let me have that formally read in. I was still coming off the divisions. Could I have this formally read in, and then you continue speaking?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, apologize. Okay, go ahead, reader.
Senate File 66, third reading amendment number 7, page 4 after line 8, insert.
Apologize, Senator Wasserberger, twice in one day. I have to apologize. So let's just have you move it.
Okay,
and
I
then
will
do a
move it.
recap of your discussion and then continue on
I
where you were.
move third reading amendment number 7 to Senate File 66 and ask for your favorable support, and I've already spoken.
Okay, we'll go with that then. Senator Kinski.
Just one correction to my good friend from Camel Country. The chairman of Joint Appropriations does not make mistakes. However, he did reverse his position.
I recall something like that happening. Okay, thank you, Senator Kinski. Chairman Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, after I did the mea culpa yesterday, and then also having heard that discussion, staff is just remarkable. They actually, this whole thing went out to the governor's actually hired a consultant. This stuff is so complicated that they've hired a pretty high-powered and very sophisticated consultant to advise us on these ARPA decisions. And after we had that discussion, they actually sent it out, and yesterday after we did this, I actually got an email back from the staff, from the governor, they'd gone to the consultant that came back and said that, in their opinion, that the capacity purchase agreement was working as intended. It was right at a break even, which is where you wanted it to be, which is where I hoped it would be. Then COVID hit, and so from the analysis that was done by this high-powered consultant, they said that they believe that all of the capacity purchase agreement that you find here would be eligible for the ARPA direct dollars. And so the concern that we talked about yesterday has been extensively mitigated by people who know a lot more about it than I or quite frankly, anybody else in the building. So the question now, so it's just voted us up or down. This is about the capacity purchase agreement. It was a great idea that was working until the best laid plans went awry and COVID happened and air travel stopped. But if you notice, I'd just say on this, that if you've noticed over the last few years, you can actually fly out of your home airport at a reasonable price. It's in large part due to the capacity purchase agreement. Now, there's all kinds of governmental and policy considerations involved in the capacity purchase agreement. And so you can decide what you want to do. Ultimately, if the capacity purchase agreement is going to continue, it needs to be funded. But if you don't think, we can have more discussions about the capacity purchase agreement, but it's not funded at this point in time, Mr. President. And so a vote for this is a vote to support and continue the capacity purchase agreement. And a vote no is that it will not have the money to continue. And that money might be found elsewhere, it might not be found elsewhere. And otherwise the state I don't know all the terms of that, but it's possible the state would even be in default of the capacity purchase agreement. So that's how you deal with this one, Mr. Chairman. And so I think really it's just a vote in favor of the capacity or purchase agreement or not. It's going to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We got two people. Let's go to Senator Kolb and then to Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a clarification, if someone could help me with this, how this money is, how it's flowing. So currently with the capacity purchase agreement, the local communities are responsible for a part of that capacity purchase agreement. Does this money that we're talking about take away their responsibility to fund any of that capacity purchase agreement? Because it's not fully funded by, it's a partnership between say in my case, the county and the city of, in a city for the airport. And they put up so much money. And I guess I'd like to know if this money would then take away the money that they would have to put up for the normal capacity purchase agreement.
Thank you, Senator. We got a couple of questions in there, but we'll go back to Senator Driscoll and we'll find your answers here quickly.
Mr. Chairman, everybody's busy. This one's just a lot more than about individuals flying around. It doesn't matter what corner of the state you go to. On and for this truly keeps business and jobs in the state. And I don't spend a lot of time. I voted against most of these type of amendments, but up in the corner I'm at, there's guys that will move their business if we don't have airlines, and I'm talking big business. And I think this is a good one. It doesn't matter. I look around the room and virtually all of you, other than a guy in a red tie across from me that's over by the big mountains, about everybody, if you're flying out of an airport in Wyoming, they're helping on it. So hoping I don't have to declare conflict, because I have used the subsidized tickets. Please vote yes.
Okay, we're still looking perhaps for a question or for answers to Senator Kolb. Check your ties for color. Okay. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to stand in support of this amendment as well, and our airport doesn't use this particular service. We have a different program that ends up supporting our community, but I do know the importance of effective access to air service and how critical it is for any type of economic activity or economic development. I wish our airports had enough service to be self-sustaining and to not need these types of supports, but regrettably, we don't have that luxury, and we won't unless we continue to grow to the point of getting that self-sufficiency, and this is essential to get us there. So on and for this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Kolb, do you feel like you got your answers or what? Go ahead.
My very helpful co-senators found the answer, and it is only the state half.
Okay.
So not the local half. So thank you. That answered my question.
Thank you. Further discussion? We're ready for question. Question on third reading amendment number 7 to Senate File 66. Roll call.
Roll call on the amendment. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. James Conflict? Kinski? Aye. Cole? Aye. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstader? No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. On the amendment, 19 aye, 10 no, 1 conflict.
Third reading amendment number 7 to Senate File 66 has passed the Senate. Third reading amendment number 8 to Senate File 66. Please read it in.
Senate File 66, third reading amendment number 8, corrected copy. Page 4, after line 17, insert.
Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move amendment number 8 to Senate File 66, third reading, corrected copy. I'll start out, folks, with telling you the corrected copy. The only change is we changed one of our sponsors, and we managed to get one of the most conservative guys to help us out on this, and I'm proud of him for it. I'm hoping it doesn't upset him, but it matters to me a lot. Folks, what this does, this is a $15 million increase out of the unexpended funds, and we've got a lot of them. And it puts $15 million in for rural health clinics, and $2 million of it will go for a pilot program for telemed. And so when we start talking about the rural areas of the state, and that's actually most of them, that's where our health care comes from. That's where you go when you've got a problem. And we've got $55 million in the big bill that this is amended into. And I can assure you that that $55 million will be snapped up by large regional medical deals, $7 million at a time, and they've got the expertise and ability to get it in our little rural clinics, which Actually, if you live in areas like I do, that's who our health care comes from. And by the way, it's not checking your tonsils. It's usually a horse fell on you, an ATV tipped over, or a car wrecked. And these facilities often are older. They're staffed with volunteer people on the people that bring you, and it's a pretty very efficient operation. It's not very expensive because they're rural, and that's where we live. Doesn't matter where I travel in the state, I see them. And they kind of got missed out on the first round of it. And this is one of the best areas that Wyoming can invest. If you want your rural areas to thrive and you want to be able to have people live a normal type living, healthcare is a key part of it. And this helps get them there. It's not a huge amount of money. I think there's roughly probably somewhere between 25 and 40 of these out there in the state. We've got about an equal number of great big ones out there. And so this gives them a chance to get some new equipment, get some new things, and take care of people a little better out in the country. And for those of you that are sitting here, it might be life or death for you at one of those clinics if you have a car wreck, because that's usually very often where you end up going for the first time to get the stitches or to get help. So I'd encourage you to vote aye. This is a good thing for the state of Wyoming and a great thing for the rural areas. I'd stand for questions.
Further discussion? Third reading amendment number 8, Senate File 66. You ready for the question? Folks?
Let's do it.
Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm seeing your name on another amendment, Mr. President. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, if you go to page 4 of the bill, which is just a list of projects, if I can just explain to you what this is doing. So if you go to on page 4, you go down to line 17, and so now we're going to insert a new line, and you're going to have rural health clinics of $15 million, and that's where that'll go. And then there's how it works, and so it's and you see the division down below how it's going to go. Now, just so you know, if you also, while you're looking at that, if you drop down to line 21 where you see HHS capital construction, there's $55 million in that one also, that's also available for these exact types of things. So the effect of this amendment is now rural health clinics will be able to specifically apply for this, and they can go after this money. They're also eligible to go after the $55 million in that so the effect of this really is that if you're a rural health clinic, now there's now $70 million that you can go after for these types of projects. But it is a carve out for only rural health clinics. So it does give rural health clinics a little bit of a competitive advantage because they can apply for this 15 and they can also apply for the other 55. Now it's all going through the same place. I don't expect anybody's going to double up. But the only really effect of this is that it's a carve out and says, all right, this type of same capital construction is also just going to be available for rural health clinics. I can tell you, Mr. President, that my preference would have been we just would raise the other one to 70, but the effect is that will essentially be the same. We've had, as everybody's come talk to us, there's not enough money in those healthcare capital project account, and it does need more money. So if you're okay with this carve out, go ahead and vote aye. This is our last chance to increase that funding, and so as Joint Appropriation Committee, we can tell you that the demands that we're hearing and that are coming out of the woodwork now are in excess of the 55. So if you think there should be more money for these types of projects, whether they're rural healthcare or otherwise, then you should vote aye on this. And the Senate Appropriations Committee's position on this is just, you vote this. If you want to continue to put more money into rural health and healthcare and these types of construction projects, and you should vote aye. This money, I think these are, even just a quick conference with my fellow appropriations members, this is really good uses of these direct ARPA funds. And so if the body wants to put some more money in this, even in this carve out fashion, this is a good place to do it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, just on and for this amendment, I can't think of a better use for the ARP dollars than programs like this. I do see more flexibility in this language than I see in the capital construction language, but there might be more detail to that CapCon language relative to this that I don't understand. This provides more general support for if it's costs incurred by rural health clinics. It seems like there's a little bit more flexibility, but honestly, either way, I think it would be useful. Having this carve out, I don't think it probably would end up again influencing my county, but we know that this is a critical issue for the state of Wyoming, is access to affordable health care throughout the state, and we know that we have rural health care needs that are unmet. I also particularly appreciate the pilot project for telehealth in rural areas. I think that's something that we've also talked about for a lot of years, and it's nice to see an opportunity to fund it, so on and for.
Thank you. Further discussion, further discussions? Back to you, Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, for my last time, I'd like to thank everybody for the nice comments on it. And my only comments that as they can programulate rules, my guess is the big part of the money is still going to go where it's gone in the past, and we'll have some money for the clinics. And thank all of you for your support.
Ready for the question? Question being called. This is on third reading amendment number 8 to Senate File 66. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
On the amendment, roll call. Anderson? No. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Ellis? No. French? Aye. Murphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. James Conflict? Kinski? Aye. Cole? No. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins?
Aye.
Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstader? Aye. Closing vote? Closing vote closed. On the amendment, 20 aye, 9 no, 1 conflict.
Third reading amendment number 8, Senate File 66, passed the Senate. We are now on third reading amendment number 9 to Senate File 66. Reading clerk, read it in, please.
Senate File 66, third reading amendment number 9, page 15 after line 2, end.
Senator Landon, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move third reading amendment number 9 to Senate File 66 and ask for your favorable consideration. Fellow senators, this goes into section 3 of the bill where we give the governor the authority to expend these funds on various projects. And then we set up a whole list of conditions that we ask him to abide by. And all this does is go into page 15 after line 2 and simply say that in expending any of these funds appropriated under this subsection, the governor shall give priority to applications for grant funding to library projects and multi-purpose facilities that have been submitted. That takes the language right out of the federal act, Mr. President. I think it's appropriate. It's a chance for us to at least give some deference to our state libraries out across our state. We stopped by at a little reception last night with that group, and I heard from several of them that this would be a tremendous boost. And as I said, it's qualifying. This is the exact language in the federal act. So I hope you'll support it. This is just money that will be either reverted back into the governor, or governor might have some funds left over. We just ask that he give some deference to our state libraries. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further discussion? Let's go to Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is actually a very good amendment. Just a little bit more explanation on what this does. So this is different than all the money we've been voting on. That we've been voting on this ARPA Direct money. This goes to a particular part of the bill that deals with what we call the Section 604 money, which is also called the ARPA-C money. And so is construction projects. There's only a few things that you can use, and there was $109 million that is available to the state of Wyoming through a grant application process through the governor's office to go find, to submit qualifying projects for this $109 million. About the only few things it can be used on is broadband, multi-purpose facilities, and libraries. Those are the main categories. So without this language, what we've done is say, okay, Governor, you can go spend this on any other, whatever was not expended or where there haven't been projects submitted for on this Section 604 money, this $109 million, you can go spend it however you think is appropriate in combination with the act. So this is just additional direction from the legislature saying, you know, if there's money that's left over or that we thought would qualify for that doesn't qualify, any leftover money for that grant application, we would like you to prioritize contributions or using that money for libraries or for multi-purpose use facilities, which many libraries are also multi-purpose use facilities, but usually you're talking about things that are available for public and public spaces, private, so places where public gather and things like that. So anyway, I think it's nice for the appropriation arm of government, the legislature, to exercise that power and give the governor some additional direction and set some priority, keeping in mind the fact that this has multiple appropriations, and so because it does, the governor has line item veto power on all the work we're doing. So thank you, Mr. President. Yeah.
Thank you. Any further discussion? No further discussion. Question being called, I believe this would be, we could make this a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Third reading amendment number 9 to Senate File 66 has passed the Senate. Back on the bill, Senate File 66. Any further discussion? Go ahead, Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick explanation of why I voted no on most of these, well, all of these amendments. I thought this money was supposed to be spent on issues or projects that had some kind of COVID-19 consequence or whatever. And I think I only heard the word COVID mentioned twice during all this discussion. So that's my explanation for my no vote. I rarely heard COVID mentioned in these requests. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further discussion on that, or anybody want to address? Okay, appreciate your explanation, Senator. Thank you. We are back on the bill. Now we'll have call Senate File 66 having been read 3 separate times. The question is, shall the bill pass? The chief clerk will call the roll.
Senate File 66, third reading, roll call. Anderson. Aye. Aye. Baldwin. Aye. Beitman. No. Boner. Aye. Bouchard. No. Case. No. Cooper. Aye. Driscoll. Aye. Ellis. Aye. French. Aye. Murphy. Aye. Guru. Aye. Hicks. Aye. Hutchings. No. James Conflict. Kinski. Aye. Kolb. Aye. Cost. Aye. Landon. Aye. McEwen. No. Nethercott. No. Pappas. Aye. Perkins. Aye. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. No. Schuler. Aye. Scott. Aye. Steinmetz. Aye. Wasserberger. Aye. President Dockstetter. Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 66, 22 aye, 7 no, 1 conflict.
Senate File 66 having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, Senate File 66 has passed the Senate. Mr. Floor Leader. Go ahead.
Okay, everybody, we're gonna ask to gavel out and go down and caucus. We have a management council position that has to be picked today under statute. So we'll go down to W110. Everybody can take a 5-10 minute break, hit the restroom, grab something. We'll go down there. We will elect a management council position and possibly take up, if people have other items, we'll throw out the opposing party and visit about that as well. But the primary part is for management council, and then we will come back and work our whopping 4 bills on the board before we go home. Thank you, everybody. I had a lot of fears about being here till wee hours, and if we don't drag our caucus out, everybody's gonna be able to hit the road pretty early. So thanks again, and we'll see you down in W110, probably 410.
Okay, Senate will stand at ease until the sound of the gavel. heard you say, but I pledged that $100, I brought the $100 in cash, can I just give it to you? Yeah, in that envelope, yeah. And the first lady said. Yeah, and then I just put, those who do cash, I just put the names on the back of the envelope, the others are checks. Can I hand it to you, or? Yeah, let's do it in the office. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Senate will come to order. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, we're at that order of business, consideration of bills on general file. Go ahead.
We're not. We still have to elect our person.
Oh, that's right. You go ahead.
You have the floor. You need to take
I'm
nominations.
giving you the floor to do the announcement, Mr. Floor Leader.
Okay, Mr. President, we're not in a caucus. We're back together. It's according to what we were talked about with the Democrat Party. We will open the floor for nominations for management council position. Nominations. We won't have any if someone doesn't nominate someone.
Mr. President,
Senator Kinski.
I nominate Tara Nethercott of the law firm of Kinski and Nethercott.
Is there a second?
Okay, moved and
Further
seconded.
nominations.
Moved and seconded. Senator Grew.
Move that nominations be closed and that we cast a unanimous vote for Tara Nethercott.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Welcome to Management Council, Senator Nethercott. Please go ahead.
Be careful what you ask for around this outfit. You might actually get it.
Here we go. All right. Now, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, we're at that order of business. Consideration bills on general file.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate resolve itself into the committee of the whole. Folks, there is 4 bills here, and the only thing stopping you from going home is the amount of debate on the 4 bills.
Okay, thank you. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senator Boner, you're in charge of the Senate.
The committee of the whole will come to order. First Senate file for consideration, Senate file 18. The reading clerk will read in the file.
Senate File 18, County Road Maintenance Fund Amendment, sponsored by the Transportation Committee, an act relating to highways. Was referred to Committee Number 8, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Furphy, Landon, McEwen, and Pappas. Senator Landon, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Landon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 18. There is a standing committee amendment. I'd ask that that be read in at this time.
Clerk will read the amendment.
Senate File 18, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 5, delete.
So, Mr. Chairman, we will deal with the standing committee amendment when we get there. It pertains to a little bit later in the bill. Just a quick description of what we've got going on here, fellow senators. This County Road Maintenance Fund Amendment Bill is the little bit that we were able to come up with that we think can help our counties out there. We entered the interim with the idea that we would do a study on county roads and try to get them a little bit more on our radar screen. We always talk about road funding and road issues with interstate highways and highways. There are thousands and thousands of miles of county road out across our state. So we started there. We did a deep dive, proud of the committee on that front. And this is one thing that we were able to come up with, and it is a compromised effort and a collective effort by both our counties and our contractors out there. If you go to page 2, one of the first provisions in the bill is that we up the ability for competitive bidding. The level that we've got in our statutes right now, 50,000. We suggest in this bill that it's raised to 75,000. Again, the contractors and the counties agree with that. We don't gain as much ground as we were hoping, Mr. Chairman, because of the massive amounts of inflation that are going on out there. If you go to page 3, that is just cleanup language. We're trying to get to eliminate the proper references to these organizations that make up this committee on county road standards, so that's just cleanup. When we get over to page 4, that's where the standing committee amendment comes in, and what we do with the standing committee amendment, we will deal with that now, Mr. Chairman, is that we eliminate the language from line 4 all the way through line 9, which is the reporting requirement regarding misuse, whatever. The committee felt pretty strongly that we needed to change that language. So unless there's any questions about the standing committee amendment, I'd call for the question.
Go ahead and move it first, would you?
My apologies. I would move standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 18 and ask for your favorable consideration.
Any questions or discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Standing committee amendment number 1 has been adopted to the Senate file. Back to you, Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One more provision in the bill allows for the fact that counties can set aside $100,000 per year of their unobligated share of the prior fiscal year's county gasoline license tax allocation. This goes right to the ability to afford some of the heavy equipment that is required out there to take care of some of these roads. Once again, we had testimony from not only our county commissioners, Mr. Chairman, but our construction folks out across the state also testified on this. They're good with it. We have tried to keep a kind of a tight rein there on behalf of our contractors. But as one of our commissioners said, I can buy $100,000 worth of gravel and I've got nothing to spread it with. The problem is really for our smaller counties out there, senators. Some of our counties don't need this help. They can coddle together various line items of their budget, but some of our smaller counties, this is a big, big deal, and I hope you would support it. There's just simply no other way than trying to set funds aside for 3 or 4 years, and maybe they can buy one of those road graders that would greatly assist out there on those county roads. So that's why that provision's in there. The act is effective July 1. Be glad to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions on the Senate file? We do have a committee of the whole amendment, but we'll go to Senator Office first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question. And on page 4, the new paragraph J, it's not that I in any way disagree with that, but it is oddly specific, and a specific value of money each year and a specific purchase direction, purchase release of motor graders. I guess my question is, why would we be micromanaging what those dollars are spent on in the first place? Should we be even less restrictive, or is there a reason why we need to be sure to tell these counties what they can and can't spend their money on? And maybe it's just that you wanted to accomplish the specific objective, which is totally fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I have a committee of the whole amendment that kind of addressed that, but given the late hour of the day, I'm going to withdraw that and bring that as a second reading amendment at this time. Bar any objections?
Hey, that amendment is withdrawn. Any further discussion? Senator Landon.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Very good question. And that actually is part of the compromise, part of the work that we did. We sent some of our interest groups off to kind of hammer this out. We'd like to open that door a little bit to allow some flexibility to our counties, but we also understand that there's a long history of us trying to prohibit any runaway in terms of how much equipment is out there. So I get it. I get why we've kind of kept a tight rein, but frankly, it's really hampered our ability out across the state to take care of these roads. This is a way, again, it's primarily going to benefit our smaller counties. Our bigger counties have bigger budgets and they can kind of move some things around. We had one county commissioner from up in the northeast part of the state, did a great job of of just explaining what this means to them. And so I hope you'll support it, move it on to second reading. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Landon's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to report, do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 18, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Senate File 18 is passed committee of the whole. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 13. The clerk will read in the bill.
Senate File 13, Temporary Delegation of Parental Authority, sponsored by the Transportation Committee, an act relating to children. It was referred to Committee Number 8, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Furphy, Landon, McEwen, and Pappas. Senator Landon, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Landon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with a do pass recommendation on Senate File 13. There is a standing committee amendment. I'd ask that that be read in at this time.
Senate File 13, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 2, line 3, after.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that standing committee amendment, and I would like for you to call on the good senator from Laramie County to describe this good bill for you.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an old friend. You saw it last session. It was brought to us by the good senator from Sheridan County, from the back row, although he is gone right now. This was offered in 2021 by the good senator after a constituent brought this matter to his attention. This is a temporary delegation of parental authority. Unfortunately, it didn't make it out of committee last time, so the military department is asking for us to look at it again. This is providing that a parent or guardian may temporarily delegate parental authority to another person. The underlying problem is Wyoming currently does not restrict parents' ability to delegate temporary parental authority, that is, grant powers of attorney. Absent a specific law on the topic, common law determines how courts handle delegation of parental authority. So this bill is necessary to put that into law. So the delegation of parental authority is common practice for deploying members. This bill restricts normal temporary delegation to a 6-month window, but there's a second option for military folks of 2 years, because Wyoming military deployments typically are longer than 6 months. This bill does not interfere or override court-ordered custody arrangements, and the amendment, which was read in, will require the delegating parent to make notification. So let me quickly just run through the bill. So page 1, basically you'll see we are creating a new section, Article 4, in Title 3, which is guardians and wards. And in Chapter 2, under guardianships, we're creating Article 4, temporary delegation of parental authority. On page 2, in paragraph A, a parent or guardian of a minor incompetent person or ward by a properly executed power of attorney delivered to the delegatee may delegate to the delegatee for a period not exceeding 6 months. Okay, they'll delegate any of the parents or guardians' powers regarding care and custody. And the parent or guardian shall delegate the power, all those powers, except for marriage and adoption. Paragraph B in the middle of the page, military, the military members who is a parent or a guardian may execute the power of attorney, that you can see there now, for not more than 2 years. And at this point on about line 15 is we're going to insert the paragraph that you'll see in your amendment, paragraph C. And what paragraph C does, it provides notification to the non-delegating parent. And it allows the 30 days to exercise that delegated authority pursuant to that section. So that's the notification section. As you go on, delegation of powers shall not diminish or limit the rights of the non-delegating parent. and they'll not have, and go on to the next page. They shall not affect any parental or legal authority otherwise limited by a court, and shall not limit the power of any court under this title to appoint any guardian or conservator. And then at the bottom of the page, the execution of the power of attorney by a parent or guardian to this section shall not be evidence of abandonment. And finally, on the last page, page 4, a parent or guardian may withdraw or revoke that delegation at any time, giving written notice to the delegatee. You'll see on line 6, then we're going back into the Title 14, the children's title, Chapter 2 under parents, and creating sections 207, again, creating the temporary delegation of parental authority in that title. It's effective July 1, 2022. I'll stand for questions.
Okay, so we do have a standing committee amendment. Any questions on the committee amendment? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. That amendment is adopted. Any further discussion on the bill? Senator Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 questions on the bill. The first one is with regard to the difference in the timeline of 6 months for somebody who is not in the military versus 2 years in the military. I understand the justification that 2 years is based on the concept of a deployment. I guess I don't understand, though, why we would then limit anybody who's not in the military to 6 months and why that inconsistency would exist. I don't know if there was any discussion. What do other states do? Is this common practice of a 6-month maximum period of time? What's the justification for a maximum? And would somebody be able to simply redelegate 6 months later to the same individual with additional written delegation, which would probably solve any problems I would have? That's the first question. I guess it was 3 questions. Those were the first 3 questions. The next question is the idea of subdelegation. I'm a little curious about that, where the only rights of a parent that are not allowed are consent to marriage or adoption. And if it is a right of a parent to delegate parentship, which is probably not a word, to someone else, then it seems like it would be a right of one of these delegated parents to then delegate further that parenthood. And I don't know if that's intended.
Any further discussion? Senator Landon.
Well, Mr. Chairman, those are all great questions. We can certainly delve into those. We spent a great deal of time on this legislation. As the good senator pointed out, we started over a year ago with this. Senator from Sheridan County brought this bill, and then we worked it throughout the interim. Those are very complicated and deep issues that we actually had friends from the legal profession who came in, even up to the committee meeting here at the Capitol during this session. We had our legal eagles gather together and reach the compromise that you just passed on the standing committee amendment. A couple of those questions I'll have to get back to you, Senator, but the fact that this throws the blanket over the top of what has, up to this point, been determined really by common law, we felt it important to probably keep that timing a little bit more restricted outside of the military. The military thing makes a lot of sense. That's really the primary reason that this bill exists, is to assist with our military. Unfortunately, we may be headed to another time where our military is going to get called up and literally there can be circumstances where they've got to be gone in a day. Well, you have parents that don't have spouses, that maybe have a spouse that is estranged or court ordered to not have parental rights. If you have a single parent, this bill attempts to get to that, to allow some comfort to our men and women in the military who may be called up in a day's notice. So that's really where we tried to keep the focus, tried to stay away from opening the door too wide open on the non-military front. That's a piece of an answer. I'll try to dig a little deeper and help with the other two questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator
real quick,
Office.
one that I forgot, my apologies, is there seems to be no requirement that a deployment actually be involved with the 2-year transfer. And I'm curious if that's an oversight or if I'm missing it. Or intentional.
Any further discussion? Senator Pappas.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if it was an oversight or not, but typically a lot of these deployments happen quickly. And so allowing the 2 years, typically deployments don't go longer than 2 years. They routinely go over a year, but not longer than 2 years. So I think the 2-year was the limit, but we could find out whether that may be an oversight, but I doubt it. I think it was intentional.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of, oh, never mind, Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have extreme reservations about this bill. I think there's a lot of complications to it, and is much broader than just helping out the military when they go on deployment, that it's significantly broader than that. And just curiously, why now? I mean, our Wyoming Military Department is one of the most deployed departments in the country. What have they been doing with their children until this point? Right, and so I just find that somewhat suspect and have grave concerns about the ability to really delegate your constitutional parental duties in this way for up to a period of 2 years without a deployment. It triggers some pretty significant concerns that I think warrants further discussion. So just a question simply at this time of the hour of, well, what have they been doing for the last 100 years?
So, Mr. Chairman, I think that this has probably been going on. And by the way, the good senator from here in town brings up a number of great points. We had some wonderful testimony from somebody who represents the legal profession, particularly as an attorney who deals with child custody cases and in that world of law, and brought a lot of things to light. There's no question that this delves into an area of law that is complicated. It is time consuming. It employs a lot of attorneys, let me put it that way. We can have an ongoing conversation with this bill in the next couple of readings, and I'll try to dig a little deeper to find some answers to a couple of the concerns that have been brought up tonight. I'm sorry that this comes at this time of day on a Friday night, where we really are standing between you and the door with this bill. I don't want to hurry it through, but I do want to just help you understand that we don't really have complete answers to either one of those questions, and we'll just have to get those for you. Thank you.
Senator Pappas. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I mentioned at the beginning of my introduction of the bill, the issue was that they've been practicing under common law. Common law is what we were told, okay? And we did have, as the good senator from Casper mentioned, we did have representatives from an organization that represent trial lawyers there. And the only issue they had was with notification. And we resolved those issues between the military department and this organization that represents trial lawyers, and they were all comfortable with the bill. So, but we can research that a little bit deeper and bring back some more information. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Lantern's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to report, do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 13, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Senate File 13 is passed committee of the whole. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 49. The clerk will read in the Senate file.
Senate File 49, repeal of specified state boards and commissions, sponsored by the Management Audit Committee. an act relating to boards and commissions. Was referred to committee number 7, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Boner, Case, Driscoll, Nethercott, and Scott. Senator Driscoll, chairman.
Further reading the bill, what is your pleasure? Senator Driscoll?
Mr. Chairman, I move when the committee of the whole rise and report it, do so with a favorable recommendation on Senate File 49 for their further explanation. I call on Senator Nethercott. Can you do that, Tara?
I think it's
But Senator Case is standing up, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, well, that's what I did do. I was asleep.
Senator Case is recognized.
49.
I've got this one.
Senator Case, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is a recommendation of our Management Audit Committee, and the Speaker of the House came to present this at our corporations meeting, and also note that yourself, Mr. Chairman, you're a member of that committee. There are other members on the floor. But what this does is to go in and eliminate from statute some boards that aren't being used. And we'll just go over what they are. There is a standing committee amendment because when it came to something in the state engineer's office, we found out that they kind of mixed up two different boards in the drafting, and one that we didn't think should be eliminated, so we'll talk about that. Mr. Chairman, you go through the bill. Basically what it does is take these boards or commissions that are being eliminated and has to conform the statutes to reassign the duties if that's appropriate or not. So if you look on page 2, the first one is the State Employee Compensation Commission. That's being shifted. Those obligations will go to the Department of Administration and Information. Mr. Chairman, that continues. So you just have to bring in the rest of the statute where the Employee Compensation Commission is used. It's used again on page 4, but we had to bring in 923207 on page 3 to get it to page 4. Then we get over to page 5. We're talking about the Health Benefits Plan Committee. And Mr. Chairman, it was created, but this is going to be a function of the commissioner. That would be the insurance commissioner, Mr. Chairman. So you can see on page 5, we have 2643-106, minimum benefits limitations. In there on lines 13 and 14, you have reference to the Health Benefits Plan Committee created pursuant to this former statute. And by the way, I might add that we had, of course, the good former senator who was chairman of the Labor and Health Committee indicated that this was a federal, the last federal, I don't want to use the name of the president that's tied to, but it's that required us to conform our plan, so we didn't need this Health Benefits Committee anymore, okay? I think there's pretty much agreement on that. So then we go to the bottom of page 5, 35-1-240. We're bringing in statutes that talk about the Food Safety Advisory Board or whatever it's got, and those duties are being reassigned. Finally, in Article 12, well, it's not finally, I'm on page 6, we're dealing with the palliative care, and that's a council on palliative care. So this, Mr. Chairman, is now assigned to the department. The mandatory report to the legislature on page 7 is also not provided by that council. Mr. Chairman, I'm moving on to page 8, and here we're talking about, hold on, I gotta, Food Safety Council, Mr. Chairman. And so the reference here are cross-references with respect to the Food Safety Council, which we're not gonna have anymore. You can see that on page 10, you can see it's the director. I'm coming over from page 9, actually. It says, be standardized by the Federal Food and Drug Administration or meet qualifications set forth by the director, and I think that's the director of the Department of Agriculture, in conjunction with the Food Safety Council, which is being eliminated. Same 35-7-123, the food safety system. You can see on the bottom of the page 10, the Governor's Food Safety Council established Get rid of that. Finally, Mr. Chairman, there's a reference to the Food Safety Council at the middle part of page 11, and then we move into the state engineer. And the state engineer is where there's going to be this subject of the standing committee amendment, Mr. Chairman, and we're getting to that, and I'll have it read in at the proper time and all that. But as we work through it, you can see 413909 is state engineer powers generally in the administration and enforcement of this act, on and on. We have the Division Advisory Board. That comes in on page 12, line 6. And then the Division Advisory Board continues on 413913. That's what we're getting rid of. So you can see we take the board functions and allow the state engineer to do that on line 15, page 12, or the state engineer's designee. And the Division Advisory Committee continues on page 13. And then, Mr. Chairman, I believe that continues through the next paragraph on 13 and all the way through finishing the paragraph on page 14. So that is the Division Advisory Committee. Now in Part E here on page 14 is where the mix-up kind of happened. So you can see that the reference in E on page 14 is not about the Division Advisory Board. It's the Control Area Advisory Board, and I believe, Mr. Chairman, this is with respect to groundwater. And so, Mr. Chairman, it's actually two different boards, and the discussion in the committee was that maybe we're mixing both of them up. We kind of want to at least leave the option for the second one. So with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have the Standing Committee amendment read in. We can discuss that.
Senate File 49, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 6, after.
Senator Case.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move the Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 49. Wish I had my bifocals. I'm going crazy with these glasses. And we're actually bringing in, Mr. Chairman, an existing piece of statute, and you can see if you pick up your amendment, we're bringing in 413908, Part A, and Mr. Chairman, I believe this was your idea, where we actually have this other advisory board on underground water. And you can see it says in each of the water divisions of the state, as defined in WS 413501, there shall be established a division advisory committee on underground water. So the testimony was that that's kind of useful, and not necessarily a requirement, but that there's a lot of good use to have this advisory board on underground water. And there was some reference to underground water in an earlier bill today, so maybe that's kind of connected. But the idea of this standing committee amendment is to change that from a mandate to permissive. So you can see the only change is on line 17, the word shall is changed to may. So basically the water divisions we can establish an advisory board on underground water in those water divisions. The rest of it, the amendment is just bringing the language we had to bring in. There's conforming amendment to slightly change the title, because what we did in the title, and you can see in the title we say we're repealing the Palliative Care Advisory Council, the Governor's Food Safety Council, the Division's Advisory Committee on Underground Water, the Health Benefits Plan Committee, and the State Employee Compensation Commission, the Wyoming Public Television Council. Well, what we did is we didn't repeal all those, kind of brought one back because it was mixed up with another and made it permissive. So that's the change in the title. And we can finish out the bill, Mr. Chairman. The next one, we are also, if you get to the repealers, Mr. Chairman, Section 2, I'll just go through those repealers. The first one is the Employee Compensation Committee. That's in 9.2. The next one is 2123. That's the Wyoming Public Television Council. It's just being repealed completely, so there are no functions in the bill going to somebody else or anything. The next one, 26.2.132, is the Health Benefits Committee. The Palliative Care Committee is 35.1.1201 through 1203. Food Safety Council is on line 11, 35-7, 127, and 41-3-908 was where we had to do the fudging with respect to the Underground Water Advisory Committee as opposed to the other committee. I'll do my best to answer any questions. I know there are some folks in here that served on management audit, but if there's any discussion on the standing committee amendment, let's deal with that.
Any questions on the standing committee amendment? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the standing committee amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. That amendment is adopted. We're back on the bill. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Driscoll's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to report, do so with a favorable recommendation in Senate File 49, say aye. All opposed, say no. Senate File 49 is passed the committee of the whole. Next Senate file for consideration is Senate File 73. Reading clerk will read it in the Senate file.
Senate File 73, an act relating to public funds. I beg your pardon, Senate File 73, codifying the Institutional Land Fund, an act relating to public funds sponsored by Management Audit, was referred to committee number 2, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Guru, Hicks, Kinski, Perkins, and Steinmetz. Senator Hicks, acting chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Senator Perkins?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee of the whole rise and report, it do so with the due pass recommendation of Senate File 73, codifying the Institutional Land Fund. This is the effort, this is the work by the Management Audit Committee. They went back in there. In this case, if you go down and look, what happens is this has been in codified law since 2013 in the codified law, which we see in the session laws. All this does is take a law that was written in 2013 that's still in effect today, and it moves it into the green books where anybody and everybody can find it much easier than trying to go back and find it in the session laws. And all it does is, over the years, there were land grants made in support of certain state institutions. Over the years, some of those lands have been sold and were deposited then into funds, basically the little trust funds that benefit each of these institutions. Just to go through really quick, if you go on line 15, the first one there on 205G is the Department of Health. So any lands the Department of Health had that were sold, it goes to a little fund for the Department of Health. 2006E was the Department of Family Services, and 912-2012E is the Department of Corrections. All total, there's less than $5 million in the combined amount of these accounts, but they're each accounted for and held separately. All that means is there's less than $50,000 a year that come off all these amounts combined. All that does is the old law simply put it and said it goes into the general fund. We obviously appropriate way more than the various prorated amounts of that $50,000 to the Department of Health, Department of Family Services, and the state pen. The only thing this bill does is different than codified law, as I understood it from our testimony the other day in committee, was if you go to page 2, lines 10 through 14, it's already, so if you go to line 7 and go to the words after general fund and draw a line there, everything before that, I believe, is a codified law. After that, they just added this was what the Management Audit Committee, that since they're in the general account anyway, says that those funds in the account shall be only appropriated upon further action of the legislature and to support those items in those funds. So ultimately, at the end of the day, they're just trying to consolidate and make things a little bit easier. That money still goes there. It's still there. It's still going to generate income, and we're still going to fund those departments. Vote aye, and let's call it a day.
Senator Perkins, there a standing committee?
Oh, there's a standing committee amendment.
Love that, right?
Mr. Chairman, read that in, please.
Senate File 73, standing committee amendment number 1, page 1, line 13, delete.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd move standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 73 and ask you to vote aye. It's a technical correction the staff brought to us. Thank you.
Any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. That motion carries. Back on the Senate file. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Perkins' motion that when the committee of the whole rise to report, do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 73, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Senate File 73 is passed committee of the whole. Senator Driscoll, that clears the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee of whole rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Reading clerk will read the committee of the whole report.
Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole, having had under considerations bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. Senate File 18, do pass amended. Senate File 13, do pass amended. Senate File 49, do pass amended. Senate File 73, do pass amended. Senator Boner, Chairman.
Senator Boner. Yeah, there you go. Okay,
Mr. President, I move for adoption of the committee whole report.
thank you. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Committee of the whole report is done. Thank you, Senator Boner. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, missing in action.
He's right there.
Oh, there he is. Mr. Floor Leader. Just a minute, find a mic for you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we stand adjourned till 10 a.m. Monday, February 21.
Announcements. Announcements, Senator Scott.
Mr. President, your committee number 4, Education, will meet at 8 a.m. Monday morning in room W110, downstairs as per normal. Senate File 43, Community College District Elections. Senate File 78, Language Proficiency Seal of Biliteracy. Senate File 51, Fairness in Women's Sports Act. And Senate File 62, Civics Transparency Act. And that's if time permits.
Thank you, Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources will meet on Tuesday, February 22nd at 8 a.m. I'll announce the location at a later time. I don't know if the notice has gone out, but a few people have been asking. We'll hear Senate File 7, Wyoming Gaming Commission Scrivener's Error, Senate File 109, Wyoming Gaming Commission Board Member Conduct, Senate File 11, Display of State Flag, and then Senate File 61, Sage Grouse Game Bird Farm, no certification expiration 2. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your number 1 committee will meet Monday, February 18th at 8 a.m. in Capitol Room 1004 to hear the following 4 bills. Senate File 53, Local Government Liability Pool Amendments. Senate File 99, Public Money Deposits and Credit Unions. Senate File 102, Second Amendment Protection Act. Senate File 100, Stocking Amendments if time allows.
Thank you, Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your perfect committee, Committee 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services will meet Monday.
Let's just a sec. Well, quiet in the chambers. Thank you. Proceed, Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee Labor, Health, and Social Services, perfect committee number 10, will meet Monday at 7:30 a.m. to hear Senate File 21, Substance Abuse and Mental Health Accreditation Amendments, Senate File 89, Child Protection, Dangerous Drugs, Senate File 54, Licensed Professional Counselor Compact will meet in Connector Room 6.
Thank you, Senator Baldwin. Further announcements? Further announcements? All right, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The Senate will stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Monday, February 21st.